guys, welcome to another installment of Challenge It, March 4th. Good to see you, Creative. How are you doing, my friend? I hope everything is okay. And I pinned the StreamYard link in the top of the chat as usual. Hey, Cookie Boom. How are you doing, my friend? Janice Misa Vlog, welcome, my friend. Good to see you. That's awesome, Cookie Boom. So, how are you, CR? How are you, Janice? I hope your week has been good and interesting, I hope. Awesome, Cookie Boom. Okay, CR, no problem. But anyway, it's good to see you guys. Good to hear, Janice. Good to hear. I hope your week has been good too. Okay, CR. And by the way, I have put the StreamYard link in the top of the chat if you are up for it, CR. And I know you are. So we wait a couple of more minutes and see if there will popping in a lot more people before we get to today's topic. Which is defense and tactical strategies in an SHTF situation. And it's basically when you have a house or living in an apartment to defend your home, basically. That is why I put this. Yeah, I'm doing okay, Janice. Had a busy week, but I managed. Well, my weekend has just begun, so my Saturday has been pretty good so far, so I can't complain about that. And I also got a good night's sleep, which is awesome. Oh, I forgot to mute my YouTube side. Yeah, here it is. It's not often I get a good night's sleep, but yeah, I have been pretty busy at work too, so I know the feeling. Well, it's good you can still breathe. That's something positive. But anyway, we wait a couple of more minutes and see if there will be more people dropping in before we get to today's topic. Yeah, it's nice to see you too, Janice. It's good to see every one of you. For some reason, I noticed that you always have a lot of things to do. So it's hard to keep up, but it works. In CR, I hope you got your coffee. I have mine here. Anyway, we have 4 in the house. RG Arizona Homestead, good to see you, brother. How are you doing, RG? Hey, Vanessa, good to see you. Janice, I'm in Sweden, so it's evening here. Actually, 8:07 p.m. Okay, now you have your coffee, CR. That's good. Oh, so you try to dry out, RG. Trying to dry out, we are dealing with the lovely mud. Okay. Connecticut, USA, sloppy wet stuff melting. Okay. Okay. 10 p.m. in my area. Okay, Janice. Backyard trebuchet builds. Yeah, that's a good idea if you have a house. Relax for a while and go to sleep. That sounds like a good idea, Janice. Yeah, you are on Eastern time, Vanessa. But anyway, defense and tactical strategies in an SHTF situation. And what I mean with that, defend your home and your property. Yeah, you got a point there, Vanessa. Backyard may just be land with no home. Exactly. Adventures with Sug. Good to see you, brother. How are you doing? Hey, RG, welcome up.
Hey, what's going on, Shadow?
Well, I just begin the stream. We are running for 10 minutes already, so I'm doing good so far.
We're dealing with lovely, lovely mud out here in Arizona.
Yeah, mud can be terribly can create a terrible mess.
That's putting it mildly.
How much mud do you have now?
How's things your way? There.
That's good to hear, Adventures Bizarre. Yeah, I'm doing good too, sir. Yeah, still snow and ice here in Canada, yeah. We have snow too, and now we have on the -3 degrees Celsius here, so but we have been on the plus side for a couple of days. So
yeah, we're supposed to warm up to the low 40s.
Hey Gil, good to see you, brother. How are you doing? Camp Patton Family Compound, aka Gil. Hey there, Thor. Good to see you, brother. Well, my topic for today is pretty interesting, right? Defense and tactical strategies in an SHTF situation. And it is basically for, if you live in a house or an apartment, basically. That's the idea. Because that takes different tactics and different strategies to defend your home and your land. Welcome, Hendo. Good to see you, brother. Yeah, you're always snooping around. That's always nice.
Most folks don't realize that when you're living in an apartment or you're not in a house, you can still grow a garden.
Yeah, you can.
And you can do quite well at it. I mean, I've done it many times. And it's kind of fun, actually.
Yeah. I got these. I got these. This propagator set, 4 trays, 4 covers, and you can plant. You can get 24 plants in this in 1 tray. So in 2 trays you have 48 plants basically. So this is the beginning of my garden.
Nothing wrong with starting. You got to start someplace.
Yeah, you have to begin somewhere.
How you doing, Gil?
All right.
Hey, Gil.
Yeah. So I got the what's interesting on my computer is I'll get the notifications on my browser that I have Camp Patton Family Compound on, but I won't get it on the browser that I have Gray Man Prepping on.
Okay.
So that's why I came in first on Camp Patton Family Compound, and I just copied and pasted the link over to the other one. That's why I'm on the other one now.
Well, that works too.
Yeah.
So, and in this, I have actually seeds. This is moringa seeds. And I got a couple of them. So I got them from a janitor at work. She's from Philippines. She gave me those seeds. And she had 300-400 of them.
Yeah, but moringos are a tropical fruit, and you're in a northern climate. They may not do well.
She has grown moringa, and she lives here in Sweden. So she has grown them here in Sweden, and she says you have to plant them in February, March, and let them germinate. So you plant them in a pot when they grow big enough, and then you at the summer you have a nice decent plant, but you need to keep them in a window with a lot of sunlight. They require a lot of sunlight.
What kind of zone are you in? Do you know what kind of growing zone you are?
I believe I have to check that actually.
That's the first thing you want to know is your growing zone before you start planting. That's going to be that's the everything from growing, because you have to know their last frosts are going to be, and what your temperature is going to be in your growing zone. Because every area is completely different. Whether you're in Florida, you're in Sweden, or you're in Alaska, or you're down in Belize, you have a different growing zone. So you have to know your growing zone.
Yeah.
I mean, here where I'm at, we're 5A, 5B, but in the summertime, you would swear we're in zone 11.
I'm
where I am, it is zone 6. So
yeah, I'm 7A and B, but don't come summertime, I'd say.
Oh, hang on.
Yeah, no problem. Rebel Canners, good to see you. And Pinay Vlog 14, good to see you.
Yeah, but you have to know your last frost date for some of your plants that you're planting. And certain plants you want to plant during the frost season, that makes them grow better. So you have to know what you're growing to make what you're going to do.
Yeah.
Don't grow something you don't like. Grow something you want to eat. I see people planting things and they don't eat it. So why grow it?
Yeah, I begin to eat moringa powder, organic moringa powder, for my blood pressure, because my medicine don't take down my blood pressure that far. And the last time I checked, I have eaten that for 2 weeks, soon 3 weeks. The last this week I measured my blood pressure at Tuesday, and my blood pressure was down to 150/89, and I should be on 140/70. And I had took 2 teaspoons 3 times a day with moringa powders, and I was down in that numbers.
Yeah. There's a lot of herbs out there that'll bring down your blood pressure. It just, you have to kind of experiment with it and see what fits you, because not everything's going to fit everybody. You have to find what fits.
Yeah.
But anyway, I think we just got off topic a little bit.
Yeah. One of the things that how big does that moringa plant get?
Well, it could probably get pretty big. I don't know, but probably that high.
Like a tomato plant?
Yeah, probably, and it gets spread out pretty.
Oh, it spreads out viney. Okay. I was just wondering whether, because I'm doing an indoor garden here.
Yeah.
And so I got lettuce coming out of my ears from 6 lettuce plants. I can't eat it fast enough, so I'm taking it across the street to the rabbits. And I got 2 tomato plants going. I was just kind of wondering if it's something I might want to try indoor or not.
Yeah, moringos could be small or they could be extremely large. I mean, I've seen it in both regions. You get south of the equator and they get quite large. You get north of the equator, they'll be a little bit smaller.
That's a small tree, but can be kept short. Okay.
Yeah, it's kind of like a dwarf. You can get a dwarf Moringa or like a peach or apple.
And so, like if I had it in a 5-gallon bucket, that would also help dwarf it a little bit too.
Yeah, that would help considerably. Yeah.
But
Okay,
anyway,
just wanted to clear that up. Yeah.
Yeah. Shall we go into the topic?
Strategy. It goes along with your tech. You have to have food to be able to survive, to be able to be prepared, to be actively taking care of your problems.
So we go into the topic: defense and tactical strategies in an SHTF situation. And it's for those of us who lives in a house or have an apartment, have your own land, 40 acre of land, or some less. But so that's the idea with this topic.
So what do you have in mind on it?
Yeah.
Well, first of all, fortify your home is a good idea as a big for a start. And when you've done that, you have to check what you have around your house. You can make it more difficult, put up some obstacles, different size that blends in to your around your house.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because one of the things I always tell people and talk to them about over the many years I've been teaching it is you fortify your house inconspicuously. Don't make it, people put big bars on their windows, and to the bad guys, that goes, ooh, they got something in there they're hiding. Mm-hmm. One of the things that I like, I used to do was I used plants around windows. Rose bushes, pyracantha with the nice long thorns. The house in California, at the one end of the front porch, we have a old lemon tree that froze back and came back up in the rootstock. So it's got these nice, long, massive thorns in the lemons, and amongst the lemons and stuff. We got to use welding gloves to reach up in there to pick the lemons sometimes. And so no one's going to try climbing up the porch from that side, from the tree. If they do, we'll hear about it.
Yeah.
You make yourself look non-interesting.
Yes, the gray man theory. Don't make it obvious and want people to look at it.
Right. And one of the things that my grandmother did, she liked ragged robin rose bushes. And those aren't like your normal rose bushes. Those are big. They need a trellis work to climb up on. And so around her bedroom window, about 3 feet off the house, I built a trellis for her around there. And that thing went up and over that. And she laughed, froze. She loved it because you could open the windows and get all that rose smell coming in the summertime, spring and summertime. But she knew nobody was going to climb in her window and attack her. So
that's a good idea.
And so there's a lot of simple things like that you can do. Another simple thing is for the windows, they have this nice material you put on the window that look for like reflecting sunlight and stuff. People do that. A lot of people do that just to keep the heat down and stuff. But they have this material that is basically, once you have it put on there, it's an adhesive type material. You can take an 8-pound sledgehammer and hit that window. All it's going to do is it'll crack, but it ain't going to break through. Yeah. So it kind of holds it all together. And so that's one thing you can do to help, protect it. Now, if you're in an SHTF situation where the power has gone out, they also, even more, it costs a little bit more. They have the film that goes on there that will not allow the light from the inside to go out. You also have it for the outside to come in, but they have from the inside that won't go out on. It just basically keeps light from, so if you have lights on inside, you have your curtains closed, any light going around the curtains is not going to illuminate out.
So it's basically one-way film you put on your windows.
Yeah. But it's, that's a little bit more expensive.
Yeah,
how much?
Generators on the house.
I think it's like twice as much as your normal reflective film.
You hear a generator going on in your neighborhood, they got power, so you want something less than a generator. You want something that's quieter than a generator. That will help keep you secure.
Vanessa, I don't know where that's at, but I know in certain places, burglars do not carry any weapons, because they have any weapons, then it's a the burglary then gets escalated to having a deadly weapon on them, and they whether it's a knife, machete, gun, whatever, and they don't want that. The professional burglars, they do that. Now the rioters and stuff, they're probably not going to be thinking about machetes. They're just going out there with baseball bats and other stuff to try to stuff, and so they're not going to be ready for the thorny bushes and stuff. But if you have the bushes growing up in front of your windows and you're really worried about it, then you can be hidden behind the thorny bushes. You get you can put a security screen and stuff on the windows and the bars, so they can't see it until they chop all the bushes and stuff down. It's like, oh crap. But generally, they're going to take the easiest target first.
Yeah. They're going to go for the easy mark. If you've got your house looking like Gray Man, they're going to pass you up. Throw trash out in your front yard. Looks like your house has already been ransacked. They'll keep on moving. They'll ignore you. Yeah.
The one of the things to do too is Thor's talking about everyday security and SHTF security cameras. You can have two types of cameras. If you can have cameras, you have some that are obvious and a bunch that are not obvious.
Yeah.
You have an obvious one out there, and they're going to say, oh, that's the camera we got to take out. We have other cameras watching that, so if they take that one out, you still see what's going on. But cameras is one of those things that some people like, some people don't like having. So it's personal preference.
I'm gonna go, guys. You guys go ahead and have a great day, and everybody in the chat have a wonderful day too.
All right. Yeah, I was expecting Bob to be here. Bob has cameras all over his place. He also has the driveway sensors. So when someone starts walking to the driveway, his thing pink, and he gets oh, okay, camera. Oh, there is somebody walking up here. Yeah. So tactical strategies is you want to look as non-threatening, non-interesting as possible. Doors are very interesting. You can get some steel doors that look like wood, and they can get the steel framework on them, and they're in there, and you can have these guys with the battering rams beating on it all day long. It ain't going to give away. But it's going to cost you a little bit more money.
Yeah, but it's worth it.
It's in the long. If you're in that type of area, you're going to want that. So you want to keep it from. Most people, froze. Pet peeve here, and Steve, of course, their trainers when he was on mine was talking about it too. We're gonna bug out. Most people don't bug out. Even the ones that were saying, "Oh, we're gonna pandemic, bug out." They didn't bug out. They just sheltered in place.
Yeah, that's the best option.
Yeah, and so, if you're going to be investing in stuff, you can invest in keeping your house secure. Now, I saw this a couple of videos on this, and it's something that's I haven't done it, but it's an interesting idea to do. When they were remodeling their house, after they got all the wiring and plumbing done, and then they put up half-inch plywood on the inside, and as they were putting it in there, they were filling it with gravel.
Okay.
The space, and they filled up, and then they sheetrocked over that, and they did everything else. And then they took a test thing. They took made a fake 2x4 wall, exterior, rock, and interior stuff, and they shot it with different caliber rifles until they got up into the high-powered 308s and the 4570s. It wasn't going through because it would
probably a 50 cal maybe would go through.
Yeah, and they also did it with like here, our walls here are 2x6s, thicker because we're in a colder climate.
Yeah.
And so, but it has to depend on what you want to do and how much insulation you need to have in there as well. Some of them they replaced they put like the instead of using the styrofoam, the fiberglass insulated, they used the high density polyurethane foam boards and then piled the rock behind it. That way it was insulated, and then the rock would stop, cause the bullets to fragment, break apart, ricochet around inside the rock, and not go through the wall.
That's an awesome idea.
Yeah. And like Vanessa says, concrete walls aren't going to be shot through. And that's like Bob has over in the Philippines. They got concrete walls over there because it's, they got termite problems over there.
Yeah. And that's another story.
Yeah. And adventures, strobe lights are great for confusing a person. But if you have a group of people in an SHTF situation, you turn a strobe light, you're going to piss them off, and they're going to start shooting at your house.
Yeah, that was my thought too.
Yeah,
I would probably do the same thing because that is annoying. Like the strobe.
And it's like if you're going down the street seeing whose house you do, and you have strobe lights set up on your either on manually or whatever, and you turn on strobe lights, you've just drawn their attention to your house. In SHTF, most likely power is going to be out.
Yeah.
You don't want to have floodlights and stuff coming on. You want to you have the cameras that for observing and stuff, and camouflaged cameras, which are really great. They have a little birdhouse out there, and there's actually a camera inside.
Yeah.
That stuff, so you can see what's going on, but you're not drawing attention to yourselves. And I think you also realize what is you're referring to as an SHTF situation. Is it really an SHTF situation where it's affecting the entire country? Or is it just a life-altering event that's affecting a region that's really bad in that region? And the government has not collapsed.
I think the whole country.
Whole country? Yeah, all right. So you're going to have things, if it's really bad, affecting the whole country, power's out for the whole country, and things are down, and it's going to be quite a while before things start coming back up. If the grid's down for over a month, the recovery is going to be years.
Yeah. We can take a simple solar storm.
Okay.
Well, that happened a couple of years ago. It knocked out part of the country. So if there would be a huge, mega, super
Carrington event.
Storm, bigger than that.
Yeah, if we have something bigger than the Carrington event, you can kiss the grids, power grids gone for years. Then they get some little small ones up for like neighborhood throws. Then maybe people will get together and put some neighborhood systems together to get power, whether it's from wind power, whatever. But as far as cities go, no, cities, states, counties, countries, there's not going to be power because the big transformers, they're back ordered 5 years right now.
Yeah. And if that would happen, it would be a global event.
Yes. And since here in America, we don't make our transformers anymore. We get them from over in Europe, Germany, and mainly. And so ships aren't going to be running because all the electrical systems on the cargo ships are going to be fried.
Yeah, airplanes fried.
Airplanes aren't going to be flying. It's going to be so you can kiss if electrical's gone, everything's going to go down.
Cars, trucks, everything.
And the situation is going to get worse every day as people's running out of food, going hungry. People that would be normally, charitable are going to be scrounging and fighting for food for their kids.
Yeah, and the first 2 weeks it would be pretty good. It would be not that bad, but the third and fourth week, it begins to get more serious.
And some people live paycheck to paycheck.
Yeah. And
if they're getting paid weekly and they're living paycheck to paycheck, passive defensive is best first. And Steve, of course, our trainer talks about that too. Legally wise, passive is best. Once you start planning offensive defensive tactics, then you got a problem. But if we're in this type of situation, government's going to be going away. Major country government's going to be going away for a while. Military will be a problem, maybe a problem because military guys aren't all that altruistic. Once things get bad for them, they're going to be looking out for themselves, and they're going, and they're going to have military units going rogue. It's going to happen. But thing is, though, they're going to be out of petroleum as well. Somewhat, Thor, yes, somewhat. Apartments in the cities are going to be bad. The other thing is, at first they're going to go try to take areas that are not that they can get into and stuff. And if you got to be, one thing is to be aware of what's going on around you.
Situational
awareness. If your area is not getting hit hard, still keep your head down and your mouth shut, as the saying goes.
Don't talk to anyone unless you're spoken to.
Yeah. In city apartments and stuff, the problem is someone trying to keep warm in the late fall, winter, early spring when it's still cold. You're gonna have people, bringing metal trash cans in and making a little fire, barbecue pits, and burning something in the apartment to stay warm. Problems: carbon monoxide. They can kill themselves, and if a fire is big enough, carbon monoxide is going to spread to surrounding apartments.
Yeah,
because generally they have central air type stuff. B, if the little fire pit they got going, the candles, whatever, fall over, causes a fire, ain't no fire department coming to put the fire out. So you can write that building off and probably the buildings on either side of it. You can wind up with a firestorm moving through a city.
Yeah, because the fire moved through the air vent and you burn down the whole building.
Yeah, you're going to have the whole building going down, radiant heat. If the buildings have less than 30 feet between them, radiant heat will set other buildings on fire. And I've had one person talk to me about this. He goes, but wait a minute. My apartment buildings, they're stucco. And the ones next to us are stucco. Yes, but when the heat builds up, it's going to blow out windows and you're going to have like a torch shooting out there. Well, the radiant heat's going to hit the windows on the other building, and the draperies hanging in there. After a while, they're going to catch on fire. And so the stucco will protect the outside, but through the windows, you'll get radiant heat going through, and then you'll have fire starting in the buildings next door. And once it starts, that building's gone.
I agree.
So firestorms is something most people don't address. And a firestorm in a city is insane.
That is a nightmare, basically.
Yeah. Take an example. Santa Rosa, several years, about it's about 5 years ago, when the California wildfires are going, they got down to the city limits, streets, subdivisions, green grass lawns and stuff. The heat was so intense, the buildings started catching on fire. And once this building started catching on fires, each building is just spread because they couldn't get in to put the fires out. And I have pictures of entire neighborhoods. Are you talking like 20 blocks by 20 blocks burnt to the ground? Because once it gets going, it creates a firestorm, creates its own wind system, and it's if you're in a type of situation of that magnitude, you're gonna have to have a decision, and this is where pre-planning comes into effect. Let me see how I'm going to address this. So I worked for Homeland Security. I was the emergency management coordinator there. I wrote tactical response plans, TRPs, for earthquakes, wildfires, floods, ice storms, heat waves, droughts, pandemics. All, of course, my plans got shelved by somebody at the CDC, but we're not going to go there. I wrote over 47 tactical response plans for types of disasters and stuff. And those plans had variable plans within them. And one of the addendum plans in just about most of them was what was called COOP, continuity of operations. What that specific federal branch offices were going to do if this thing affected that area. And some of it's, we're going to relocate to a COOP facility, 50 miles away, and get, that way we can keep business going, take care of our government employees, and keep information flowing. Well, for an individual, you need to make your plans and figure out, okay, if this happens for this one particular event, if this happens, we can stay in place. If this one happens, we stay in place until it gets worse. If this happens, we are going to have someplace else to go to. And like Steve was talking about Tuesday, I was talking about with plans and stuff. When he had one of his plans is, in case his plan is to stay in place unless he's forced out of his house. And depending on what it is, he had plans where if he and his family had to leave, they'd pack stuff up and they would have a friend's house farther away to go to. If they got there and things finally got bad there, then they and their friends would go off to a third friend's house. And so the group is getting bigger as they relocate farther and farther away from suburbia. And he said by the time he said there was like 6 or 7 spots along the way before they got out to the forest. By then they got a nice sized group and they can actually protect themselves. So that's the thing to consider as well is, are you going to lone wolf it and most likely not survive, or are you going to coordinate and build a CAG, a community assistant group with your neighbors and stuff so you guys can protect your area? It's not,
but that will be you come to another problem with that.
Mm-hmm.
You need, if you don't know your neighbors that well, because here in Sweden, you don't talk to your neighbors that often and you don't know them well. And how do you put a suggestion to your neighbors?
Yeah. And I know, I'm not sure if anybody's tried this in Sweden. I know like in back in California, we started putting out programs. The block parties, National Night Out is where they have a bunch of block parties all over the city. Try to get everybody to know each other. The fire departments, the ambulance services, the police would help sponsor these and try to get everyone get to know each other. The CERT programs were out there helping you out because they're neighborhood based, and those that come out to it, you learn a lot of talking to people, especially if you're talking to the people in the booths. People in the booths learn about who's out in the city and stuff, and they actually help connect people together. Oh, you're over in this on these streets here. Well, we got several other people that are interested in getting together, and then they help. You break it down so they have a national night out. Then all of a sudden they have a bunch of neighborhood parties going on, or neighborhood events, and then block parties. Sometimes it works good. Sometimes it doesn't. It depends on the blocks and the peoples.
Yeah.
And Hendo has it right. Stronger community ties, safer that way. And if you build it up and start talking to stuff, and it's like, all right, California, my wife right now house. She years and years ago, she had me tear out all the lawns, and she has a garden in the front yard, garden and orchard in the backyard. There's across the street, 5 houses down, it's another one that has a garden in the front yard and a big orchard along the side. 2 blocks down, on the same side of us, is someone else that has no lawn. They have garden front yard, garden backyard. And if there's people, as they people out walking their dogs and stuff, oh yeah, they're growing this down there, and people are noticing. And my wife says, "Have you thought about gardening?" "Oh, I don't know how." Ding! "Oh, come over here. Let me show you how." And the number of backyards garden in the area in the last 10 years has tripled. Just because they have gardens in the front yard, and use that as an icebreaker. Oh yeah, it's healthier than the stuff you're getting in the store, and they talk that up. And so we're developing a backyard garden neighborhood on the sly.
That's awesome. If you can.
Yeah. And that in itself has gotten some people asking, "Oh yeah, well, what do you do?" They start talking, they become friendly and more open, and a lot of them get surprised. My wife says, "Well, my husband works for Homeland Security. He is an emergency management coordinator and emergency preparedness instructor." Oh, prepper. She goes, "Forget Doomsday's prepper." First thing out of her mouth a lot of times, forget Doomsday prepper. We're talking about Boy Scout prepping for life. And she goes and says, "I'm an assistant scoutmaster for one of the troops here." It's prepping for life. And that puts people at ease, not thinking, "Oh, you're a prepper." No, we're like scouts. We're prepping for life.
Exactly. I agree.
Yeah. Our remote ranch in the foothills rely on our CB to keep in contact with our neighbors. Yeah, and that's the thing. Interesting thing is, the farther you get out from the city centers, the more friendly people get, because they see the same people more often, and you get out into the country. A little different mindset sets in. It's like, hey, I may need to rely on my neighbors. I need to get to know them, because there may be a problem. I may need to rely on them.
Yeah. And the strange thing here in Sweden is, if you live in an apartment, you don't talk to your neighbors.
Yeah.
That is very rarely that happens. But you might say hi and nothing more, unless it's something special. But if you have a house, you have your neighbors, they communicate much more than those who lives in apartments.
Yeah.
And why is that?
Fear.
I'm very
fear. Because in an apartment, you're closed in. Your space is closed in.
Yeah.
And people withdraw when they start getting closed in, and there's a little bit of a fear there. And if you have a house and stuff, you're a little more relaxed. You got more area, and you're more like, because you're more invested in the property, and you're out there weeding and doing stuff. You're talking to more people as they walk by, and the more people that walk by, the more they get to see you, and you just sort of develop apartment people. From I've noticed a lot. They pull into the apartment, carry the groceries upstairs, go inside, close the door, and all right, I'm in my box. I'm safe in my box. I want to stay safe in my box. It's just a mindset that happens. Most people don't think about it, but it's a what's the word I'm looking for? Basically, it's an outside effect.
Yeah.
Of environment. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, but we haven't talked about something I've been steering away from because I'm not sure if you want to talk about it. And that's defensive tools.
Good idea.
First thing, check your local laws. What is allowed? What's not allowed? What can you do? What can you not do in defending your home? Here in America, different states have different laws. Some states have put forth the castle doctrine. You can defend your home from any attack, any threat you see. Others say, oh no, you have to run first. You have to retreat, before you can defend yourself. So you got to check, and then some cities become more restrictive on what you can do. So you got to check what you can and can't do. Now, here in America, pew-pews are, in some areas are, no. In other areas, it's like, oh yeah, all right, everybody should have one. So it depends on your area as well. Then there are other tools: archery, regular bows and arrows, crossbows, cross pistols. Then there's a whole nother classification going back to something that you aim with. That's called the pre-charged pneumatics. And those are coming along so advancing. People hunt with those. They bring down deer, bear. Maccabee Speed shoots a 72 caliber air rifle. That's scary. Yeah. They have some that are air powered that are arrow launchers. It's like a rifle, but it's an air powered arrow launcher, and it kicks it out there like an 80-pound bow.
Yeah, and the speed on the arrow would be pretty high.
Yeah, basically they got to use carbon fiber arrows because the wooden ones and the metal ones, the aluminum ones, either bend or break.
Yeah.
So, but then there's something new out that it's quote non-lethal. It's called a coil accelerator, and basically it looks like a rifle, has all these magnetic coils in it, and it's set up, and so it has a little disc like it sits in there, and off and it's flying, and it weighs half an ounce, and it has several different settings on it. It's a semi-automatic or automatic, and it'll go tunk 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 tunk, and then there's one that's a shotgun burst. You pull the trigger once, it fires out 5 of them in a second and a half, just like.
That's fast.
Yeah, that's fast. And you
that
figure,
will hurt.
oh, that would hurt. 2.5 ounces hitting you in the same spot. You know,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
And
That will break your ribs, definitely.
a face shot can be lethal on that. If you hit someone in the eye and you got fight, you're looking, yeah, it will go break through and kill them. But it's considered a non-lethal weapon. It's designed to be non-lethal.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of the defensive and strategies, the tactic strategies. You could do a 24-hour live stream on this and still not cover everything.
Yeah, I know. I think I consider this as a pretty important topic.
Yeah.
So well, I do this topic now, but I can give you a suggestion. You could do something similar on your live stream as a topic to build on from this one.
Yeah, I've years back on Cat Pat and Family Compound. I've covered this several times. Will Russell at Just in Time Prepping, he was doing it. Corsair Trainers was doing it. We were all, we were bouncing around and we were joining each other on each other's live streams. Uncle Al was out there, and Anthony Pimento Prepared, and we were talking about different things you can do and can't do. And first thing, everybody, you cannot know everything.
That's impossible.
Yeah. Second, you make plans, but remember, most plans do not survive contact with the enemy. That's why there's plan A, plan B, plan C, plans,
Yeah.
Because, yeah.
Until you get to said.
Yeah. And you can plan for this situation, but what happens is just a little bit different, where it looks like your plan's going to work, but then something happens and you got to be flexible and adjust. Hey, Guardian Prepping. And so, yeah, there's a lot of options in this, and a lot of options in this is personal choices.
Yeah.
What are you willing to do? What are you not wanting to do but willing to do? And when do you say, this is getting too crazy, I just got to get out of here? And then in your getting out of there, do you have plans in place to get out of there? Because if you don't have a plan in place and you say, oh, it's time to leave, it's too bad here, and you don't have a plan in place to leave, where you're going to, how you're going to get there, what route you're going to take, you're lost.
Yeah. And the problem with apartments is you have different floors. Mm-hmm. And you normally have an elevator if in some buildings, but in some you don't have. In my case, I don't have an elevator. So I have a spiral stair down to the ground floor. So that will be a problem to put some defenses in. But what you could do is, I come up with an idea. You could put an obstacle to block, so you can't, if you come from the outside, you can't move it. But if you come up from the second floor, you can move it.
Yeah.
But in that depends, you need to have something that is sturdy and have spikes that way, spikes that way, spikes that way. So you can't, it must be so tight fit, so you can't move, put your arms in or to move it. So
okay. I'm gonna
extreme.
Yeah. With your permission, I want to put a link in here to that coil accelerator.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, please do.
All right. So there's the link to the coil accelerator website. I mean, it's trying to remember. I think it's $1,700 for it. But since it's not a firearm here in the U.S., there's no paperwork on it. It's not an air rifle, so it doesn't violate a lot of the city's anti pellet gun laws. And where is the? I was looking to see if it has gallery videos. Okay, this one's not giving me the. Okay, there it is. Trying to find out how much it costs. Okay. The main unit is $1,600. It comes with the magazines are 25 wafer magazines. They're $25 each. It just plugs in the charge. So it has a charging cable is $20. The discs, and let's see details. Disc is $16, and that is how many discs? It looks like it's 75 discs.
That's
the thing is, so if let me throw this up here. Present, share screen, share. This won't get you in trouble if you want to. That's what the things of discs. So each thing here looks like it has 25 discs in it, and those are half-ounce discs.
Ooh, that will definitely hurt.
Yeah. So all right, that's good. So anyways, that's one thing, and that's and the thing is, it's quiet.
Yeah.
There's not even like an air rifle makes you get that popping sound from an air rifle. This doesn't do that. So that's one of the things one of the possibilities to look at. I'm trying to convince my son to spend some of his money on that instead of getting another 4570 hunting rifle.
Yeah.
Because he wants to use that for home defense. I go, that you're going to get in trouble if you try using a 4570 for home defense.
Yeah.
Using this thing for home defense, hey, it's non-lethal. It's described as a non-lethal weapon.
I wonder. It's a good idea, but the question is, I think here in Sweden they would classify it as air rifle, and you need it. Depends on the speed, the bullet, this disc. If it's the energy is more than 10 joules, it's licensed.
Yeah, I believe if I remember on it. Hang on here, let me reopen and look at that. Back here. All right. Where's the information about it? About coil cylinder. What is it? I'm looking to see how many joules it uses.
I find the velocity on it low 5.3 joules, 80 feet per second. Yeah. Medium 11 joules, 115 feet per second, and high 16 joules, which is 145 feet per second.
Yeah. Yeah. So there you have it. So so if the joules are over 10 joules, and for Sweden it would be classified as like an air rifle.
High powered. They sell air rifles here that are much stronger than a regular one.
Yeah.
Which is license free, but the stronger ones is for hunting. You can hunt with those, and those you need to have a license on. So.
What else I saw here? Who else? Just checking the chat here, going back and checking some stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, defensive strategies. Wrist rockets, slingshots, high-powered slingshots. They have the whisker biscuit where you can actually shoot arrows from it.
Yeah.
Dave at Southern Ohio Prepping has a slingshot that uses the exercise bands on it, so you really get a heavy-duty thing on it. It's not a bow, and the whisker biscuit is detachable, so so you can put it on there, and then you can use the arrows, or you don't have it on there, and you can use ball bearings, rocks, whatever. Frozen paintballs.
Yeah, and what makes me confused, there are different colors on these rubber bands. They are natural color, the yellowish color, and the light blue color, and the red, black.
Tension, strength. So you got to get a chart to say, all right, so the red is 15-pound pull, the green is 20-pound pull, the orange is 40-pound pull. So it's supposed to work on the. But then you get a different company and they color code theirs differently.
Yeah. So I wonder what natural color would be. Would that be the strongest or the black ones?
Yeah. But I mean, it's back when I was a teenager, the wrist rocket came out and it was using surgical tubing on it. Oh man, that was a step up from your regular slingshots, and we were deadly with our regular slingshots. We got those, man. We were taking down squirrels and birds a lot farther away.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you got to look at what for your strategies. What are you willing to do? What do you want to do? What are you not willing to do? But what do you not want to do? But you're willing to do if it gets bad enough. And then also the other thing to look at is how bad of an SHTF situation is it? Has the government totally failed? Is there no law enforcement anymore? And that there itself, if there's no law enforcement there anymore, that changes things a lot.
Yeah.
But then, like Steve, of course, their trainer says is, depending how fast law enforcement and government comes back, people may be trying to dime you out for some of the stuff you did.
Yeah, so that's the problem. So you need to be a little bit careful with what you do, so you don't get trouble if it comes back faster than you thought it would be.
Yeah.
So
it's like Steve says, you don't want to go out there and stand outside, put up signs, trespassers will be shot, and go stand out there with your battle rattle on and your firearm going, because then it's like, oh no, you're showing intent to harm somebody.
Yeah, and the risk is you get a target by yourself. So
yeah, someone else is going to be out there with their battle rattle, but they're doing the sniper stuff. They see you out there. Well, I'm going to get a better shot. And you're, all right, got rid of him, sneak around. And
probably the best snipers is those who are hunters.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, so there's a lot of things to consider in this as far as, like I said, there's a lot to consider. And if you have a family, don't plan it out by yourself. Get every member of the family involved. Because believe it or not, kids will come up with some neat ideas for protecting the house that you wouldn't even think of, just because kids have a wild imagination. And some of the ideas they may come up with could be straight out of the movie Home Alone. to protect the house. And it's like, oh, that'll work. Bowling balls, yes.
Yeah, if you're on a roll down a bowling ball
down the stairwell.
Down, yeah. You don't want to stand downstairs and see that bowling ball come at you. No.
Yeah. And what's worse is several bowling balls coming down at once. You can't dodge 3 or 4 balls. Oh, Christ. Yeah, you can't run fast enough.
No, maybe 1 or 2 you might be lucky to dodge, but the rest, no.
Yeah. Interesting thing about that. Last night, earlier this week, I picked up at Walmart a video of a movie I wanted to go see. It's called Violent Night. It's sort of like a Die Hard movie and Home Alone combined, and it's about Santa Claus. The guy who's Santa Claus used to be a Norse warrior, and it doesn't say exactly how he became Santa Claus, but yeah. Anyways, and so he's at this mansion where these guys have come in and taken hostage the family. And the little girl gets away, and she's up in the attic trying to protect herself. And she has one of those exercise trampolines turned on its side, boards up above, just like Home Alone. She's talking about Home Alone, to Santa. I'm setting up like Home Alone. And he goes, I don't know what that is. But sets up the bowling balls, and the one person comes up there. She pulls the thing, and ka-thunk, ka-thunk, and the balls just start hitting her. And she's like, the bad lady is like getting nailed by them. Third bowling ball will smack you like a skittle.
Yeah, probably. And if you get bad luck and get it in your head, you're done. You're done.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you need to be you need to be very creative especially in a situation like that.
And what will work on one house won't work on another house because this is the way the house is laid out and what the house is made from. And everything, there's a lot of things to take in consideration, and you know your house better than I know it. I can throw ideas out there, and half the ideas won't work at your house. But you'll think of something that will work at your house. So, I mean, that's what get together as a family, sit down, write out ideas. Don't dismiss any idea out of hand. Some kid says something, don't say that's stupid. Oh, I'm going to write that down in the book over here, things to revisit later on. Because later on, after you do some stuff, you may go back and look at it and go, I don't think it's going to work. Well, then you look at it a second time, well, wait a minute. If I tweak that idea a little bit that the kids came up with, it might work.
Yeah, it might work.
Yeah.
The simple ideas is most of the time the best ideas because they probably will work. Don't make too advanced and complicated ideas. That will first of all, it will take too long to set things up, and to take it down, if you need to pass it, it will basically take forever, waste of time, energy, and you don't have that time.
CR said ears tingling, LOL. Made me think of something else. Air horns.
Yeah.
I mean, because you can set stuff up, and when they're walking along, you have a fishing line across it, and they hit that fishing line, and it activates the air horn. It's going to hurt their ear. Ears going to be ringing. They're going to be disoriented, and gives you a chance to defend your house against them easier.
Yeah. And you could combine it with if it's dark, you can combine it with a flash,
strobe light. Yeah,
a strobe light, just something. And that sound and that flashing. Yeah.
For indoors, if you have power, some way to power a strobe light, Yeah, and there are strobe lights that are battery powered for haunted houses. For Halloween stuff and haunted houses type things. And you get one of those set up, and it's just like, and then you got if there's a group of them coming up the stairs, and the air horn goes off, and that goes off, and then you throw bowling balls at them. They're not going to see the bowling balls coming.
Nope.
And everyone laughs about the bowling balls. Hey, a 15-pound bowling ball being thrown at you down a stair, and you don't see it coming. Oh, you hit someone in the knee, you've taken them out of the action.
You break that guy's knee.
Yeah, and they're out of action. Hit him in the ankle, break the ankle, they're out of action. Now you got them screaming for help from their buddies, distracting their buddies, and you get a couple of them hurt. They're going to realize, crap, this ain't worth it, and they're going to retreat. And you haven't used lethal force. In fact, you haven't even used a weapon. You've just used stuff laying around the house.
I believe
Oh,
baseballs are pretty hard, right?
Oh, yeah.
You could have something you could.
What it's called T-ball, the little stand that you put the baseball on. And so you have it sitting at the top of the stair there, and you be around the corner waiting. Bah! Just send that ball down, that baseball down the stair hard as you can. Well, ideas, and I need to know. Yeah. Golf balls hurt a lot. Oh, golf balls hurt a lot. Yes. Golf balls also make, golf balls on a stair, a box of them being dumped downstairs. They're trying to walk up the stairs. What's probably going to happen to them? They're going to step on a golf ball, face plant.
Yep.
And even not, just golf balls being, if you're in the hallway, they're coming down the hallway, you have golf balls out there. You have your what would that be? That'd be your number 9, or your wood, or whatever it is. There's a down the hallway, golf ball.
Actually, it's he played golf.
Zulu's comment there. You can make a powerful non-lethal weapon out of a super soaker, water-filled pistol, or the super soaker rifles.
Yeah.
Pepper powder, and then he says you can also mix ammonia in it.
Oh, that will definitely hurt.
Oh, yeah.
If you get it into your eyes.
Bleach, same thing. If you put bleach in it, you got to be careful. You got to make sure you're wearing gloves, because every super soaker I ran into, after a while, starts leaking. You don't want that bleach leaking on you. So there's a lot of household things you can do. Comet for cleaning, or Comet, some of the other stuff for cleaning the sinks and stuff like that.
Yeah.
You put some Comet in a balloon, a little small balloon, and you pack it in there good, and you inflate it, and you put thumbtacks on the walls. The things, the pins that sticks out. So as you throw it, hits that, and it bursts and goes. Poof. Yes, I can get really nasty with household chemicals. And you can do some really nasty stuff. So there's a lot. You look around what you have, and just household cleaners, and some of you don't even need a super soaker. The one thing, the toilet bowl cleaner spray stuff that has either ammonia or bleach in it. As someone comes on the corner, you shoot them in the eye with that, spray them from 10 feet away. I guarantee you they're going to be, it's going to be, they're going to wish you'd shot them with pepper spray.
Yeah, I think that must be a terrible thing to get into your eyes.
Yeah. And so, this is all non-lethal. I just grabbed what I had to try to protect myself. I'm so scared, officer. I'm glad you showed up to protect me. Hey, you got to know what to say when they come up to, if even though it is SHTF, you may still have some law enforcement trying to work in the town. And your neighbors, if your neighbors come over, see what's going on. Oh, they tried to rape me. They tried to kill me. Said he was going to kill me. I didn't have anything. I just threw the cleaner, the kitchen cleaners at him or the bathroom cleaner at him. You don't act like you have it planned out. You talk like you're totally scared, and you were just doing anything you could to protect yourself because they were saying they were going to kill you. That way, after SHTF is over and it comes back, and a couple of years later, someone said, "Oh yeah, this person, they had these videos in there, and he wiped them out." It's like, what? And all the other neighbors said, "No, all they had was toilet bowl cleaner and Comet and some other stuff, and they were just throwing stuff at him, trying to protect themselves." And Hendo has it right. Yeah, you play innocent. You play the victim right off the bat. And you cry a lot. Oh, I'm so scared. That type thing.
Hey, preparedness veteran, good to see you, brother.
Yeah, so it's there's when you got to think not only for plan for the event coming up, but after the event as well. Yeah, so
there is another problem most people don't think. Well, some can knock on your door, and it's an old lady in maybe 80, 90 years old, and ask for help, and then for food or something. And if you say, "No, I don't have anything for you," so... and you try to close the door, well, she can knock you down.
Yeah, or there may be someone standing right around the corner out of sight. The big brute that's using her or the little girl or the little boy as the lead-in.
Yeah. Those innocent old ladies, they can be the most dangerous in that way too.
Oh, yeah.
They don't need to have a big brute bad guy at the side. They don't need to, because an old 90-year-old, 85, 90-year-old lady can manipulate you.
Yeah.
And they can be very good at it.
Yeah. Not only can they manipulate you and use psychological warfare on you, they got knitting needles. Knitting needles are deadly.
Yeah, especially those in metal.
White Zoo, I am that 73-year-old lady knocking on your door.
Yeah. Well, it's. I watched a movie. It was on YouTube. It was years ago. But I believe there was an old lady. There was somebody who knocked on the door, and it was an old lady. And I don't remember exactly what, but so she left. Oh, come in, please come in. And when they please sit down, and you know what? Yeah. When they sat down in the sofa, she went out to the kitchen, prepared the tea or whatever she wanted to give them, and then she came with a baseball bat.
Well, there were a couple other things I've seen where they're like, the little lady was at the door with the shawl and everything else on.
Yeah.
And she had a sawed-off shotgun underneath it. Oh, yeah. Can you help me? Can you help me? Open the door. It's like, boom.
Yeah, as soon as you open the door.
Yeah. But there was actually, made me think of something. I'm trying to remember what movie it was. It was an assassin lady
Yeah.
And she put on the makeup and the gray hair wig and stuff, and she was pretending to be an old lady.
So that is something you need to keep an extra eye on.
Yeah. So, people, one of the things too, also to remember, if you have food and everything else, and you're doing just fine during the event, and everybody else is not doing fine and they're losing weight, and you're filling out your clothes, all of a sudden it's like bing, 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 bing. They got food, they're eating. The thing to do is go to a thrift store and buy some oversized clothes and keep them in a box, whatever, as your quote, pardon the pun, as your gray man clothing. So when people coming around, you put those on and they see you're in baggy clothes and you got your pants that is all cinched up tight and it looks, you can tell it's too big for you. Oh, and someone comes to the door. Oh, do you have food for us? First question out of your mouth when someone comes to your door in this situation: are you bringing food to us? That immediately throws them off their guard, and they realize, oh, you're looking for food too. And they go, oh no, I was just checking to see if you had any food. And they turn around and they leave. But if you hit them with the question first, do you have food? Do you know where I can get food? And you start hitting them, it takes them off their game plan, because now they're having to answer questions that they wanted you to answer.
Yeah, and another thing is, if you have to go out and other people is out and they cough and look dirty, you should look dirty too and cough. Even if you don't have a cough, you should.
Yeah.
Because
the other thing too is, first things that happen here, I'm going to stop shaving.
Yeah.
Because if I'm still shaved clean, oh, he's got water to shave by, whatever else, and then since I've got the wood burning stove, even if it's in summertime, I can reach inside there, get some soot, and now I'm dirty when I go out. Yep. Yeah, Chris Wyatt's a cool dude.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah. Let's see. The other thing too is the baggy clothes you're going to wear sometimes.
Yeah.
Prep them, and people are going to go, ooh. You prep it. If you're out working and stuff, and you're years beforehand, or months beforehand, and you're working in the garden or in the yard, and you're getting all sweaty and stuff, you take that clothes and you wipe all the sweat off on it.
Yeah.
And you just let those clothes get stinkier and stinkier. That way, when you go out and the clothes are all dirty and disheveled, and if you're going out checking things out, froze. They the odoriferous aroma coming off you is going to chase a lot of people away.
Yeah.
And it's going to be like, oh, that guy hasn't bathed in a while. And immediately it's like, he doesn't have anything. Doesn't matter. He's stinky. He doesn't have anything. Homeless people, homeless, stinky, dirty, doesn't have anything. And if you pay attention to what goes on, people will walk away across the street to get around a homeless person. So they will not, if you are looking like you're in desperate need, people will avoid you, especially those that are trying to take stuff. They're like, oh, that one don't have anything. That one's no longer a target. That person doesn't have anything. So that's one way to protect yourself that way.
Yeah, and don't use. You can use wet wipes to clean yourself, to save water, drinking water, but don't use the sentence one. That's
unscented.
lemon.
Unscented.
Unscented.
Well, something else here that we haven't touched on. How long are you planning on staying in your house to deal with the situation? So you, like you said, all right, it's been a major solar flare with a massive CME greater than the Carrington event that has hit it. Power is going to be out for years. Civilization's going downhill. What most people don't realize, depending on what time of the year it happens, depends on how bad and how fast the die-off is going to be. And there's going to be a die-off.
Yeah, a lot of people will die.
Yeah. If it happens, say, September, October,
yeah,
the die-off is going to be that winter.
Yeah.
If it happens in April or May, the die-off's not going to be until the following winter. There's going to be a die-off thing, but the big die-off is going to be in the wintertime.
Yeah.
Because if it happens in April, people have time to plant a garden, to get food, to grow food. So there's going to be people that are going to survive longer because they're able to grow food. There are people that survive longer to say, oh, this person's growing food. I'm going to wait till their food's grown, and then I'm going to go steal all their food. So there's different things, to consider it. So if it happens like say in the middle of dead winter, it happens in December 1st.
Yeah.
Die-off is going to be immediate. And especially if in an area where it's already snowing and storming and stuff, really quick. However, you're down in warmer areas like southern Italy, Florida, Mexico, the Pacific Islands where they don't see snow. It's not going to be as severe there. I would love to see people in the cities bug out here in the winter, 6 feet of snow. Yeah. And even here, bugging out here where I'm at, Idaho Falls, one of the largest city here in eastern Idaho, is about 20 miles away. But in the middle of winter, by the time they get here, most of them aren't going to make it. If it's so bad you have cars running out of gas on the road coming down here, you have the snow plows aren't going to be out. So yeah, a lot of them aren't going to make it down here.
Yeah.
Now here comes the bad thing with the die-off. Who's taking care of all these bodies? No one.
No one.
What's going to happen there? Well, if you're in cities, you got rats, cats, dogs now that are going wild and stuff, eating dead bodies. You got dead bodies that are rotting, putrefying, developing bacterial diseases and stuff there that's going to start spreading around that way there. Another problem, especially in apartments. You could be in your apartment. I imagine you have a food supply in your apartment. Caitlin Strain's in her apartment. She has several months of food, but her neighbors won't. And when they start dying, now you got all this odor in the air and bacterial stuff and coming through the vents and stuff.
Yeah.
Which, if you're in an apartment, something to invest in is some HEPA filters to go over your vents from the central air system. So anything coming through, it has a better chance on stopping bacteria and stuff from entering your apartment.
Yeah, and the first who will probably die out first is those who has a life medication that is needed for their to maintain them, to keep them alive, basically, like insulin, heart medicine.
Yeah, those in old folks, senior citizen care centers. Because what's going to happen if it is power's down, gone, and everything else, people can't make it into work, And so you're going to have those are the what is the word not endangered, the vulnerable. The vulnerable citizens of the community are going to be the first ones to die out.
Yeah.
And it's sad. It's going to happen. But those are the things. That's going to be some of the realities. And if you're trying to defend your home, your apartment, whatever else, these are things you got to take in mind when creating your plan for defending and strategies for dealing with the situation.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Plan A, Plan B, Plan C, Plan D, etc., etc.
Yeah. Thor's last comment there. Not only will snow and riverets limit people's to movement and stuff. All right. Here in America, it's summertime. Power's out. No gas stations are pumping gas. Someone is trying to get from California to a Midwest state where they think it's going to be better. How far are they going to get before they run out of gas? Okay, then we're going to have to hike. And if they're hiking across Nevada, southern Utah, or Arizona, the hot deserts, and they don't have an adequate supply of water or know where they can get water along the route, they're dead.
And another problem, well, at least here in Sweden, I'm a little bit worried about. That is those criminals, the criminal gangs, and and those groups that go do these shootings, bombings, whatever. Those will be a problem.
Mm-hmm.
A huge problem, because here in Sweden you are not allowed to use a gun or anything else for self-defense. So, and those criminals and gangs will have their guns,
and they don't care about using those for self-defense or offense. And
they don't care if you don't have a gun. They don't care.
Yeah. The interesting thing is, I know here in the U.S., I know Steve, of course, our trainers, has talked about it. He worked he was a lieutenant in the federal prison system here.
Yeah.
The gangs are already well organized. Some of the gangs are looking forward to world without rule of law, everything falling down. Like I said, it depends what the situation is that causes it. If the power is out and nobody can pump gas, I guarantee you the gangs have solar panels, small ones. They have batteries. They have portable pumps. They will be going to the gas stations, popping the lids and pumping gasoline out. And they'll be pumping it out by the 55-gallon barrel and storing it somewhere. They'll be hijacking trucks. But the one thing that really scares me about gangs in the big cities, if they stay in the big cities, they're going to be turning into cannibals after a while. Yeah. And we have another problem
that we will have what you can call district warlords, and those so-called warlords probably criminals from the beginning, so they will have a lot of weapons, ammo, and everything like that, and they take control over a whole district. So that will be a problem, especially if you live in a country where you don't have the same possibilities to defend yourself from it.
Yeah. And that's the thing, is you got to look at your area, what's going on and stuff. So my wife and I, years ago, it's been like 8 years, 9 years, we were looking at, we were looking forward to the future for retiring stuff. And we were looking at all the screwy, messed up laws that were being passed in California, and all the bad things they were setting up. And they were actually, some of the laws, they were targeting retirees to take their, to charge them extra money for stuff and take their money from them. And just the way that they were screwing property. When someone retires, they were saying about changing their property taxes, increasing property taxes and stuff. Basically trying to get them to go into care homes and stuff where they can control and take care of them. And we decided we don't want to retire in California, even though we had a 30 acre lot there, which is an oversized lot in the area. We had gardens growing and stuff. It's like, no, we don't want to be here. And we spent a couple of years looking around different states. We settled up here in Idaho. And so we bought our retirement property up here in 2016. And so, we weren't ready to retire. So my daughter moved in there. So we didn't have to worry about winterizing it during the winter. I retired late 2018 and came up here and even from the time we bought it to the time I retired, we were still prepping the property, getting things cleaned up because it had been neglected for many years. And we were cleaning up, fixing the property. And then in January of 2021, we bought the house across the street because my wife and I were saying, all right, Megan and Andrew can live in that thing over there. We bought the one across the street when Brandon moved. We bought this from him. And so now we got two houses up here. But the area up here we moved to, that's the city, it is an incorporated city, is 1/4 mile square. There are two main roads going up outside the city limits, and then from each of those there are two roads coming in. So there's 4 access points to get into the city. A lot of people here are self-reliant minded. A lot of people raise gardens. A lot of people hunt. And so this is the type of community we looked for to retire to. And so we decided, hey, we needed to get out of the city. Now, my wife is still working. She's younger than I am. She was saying she 4 to 6 years more of working before she retires. But when she retires, she'll be coming up here, and she will. Once we move totally out of California, then there's the Idaho Supreme plant over here. I can go get a job there because I won't be going back to California after that. When she's up here, she's an accountant. She can pick up the contract for the city. As the city's accounted right now, they're paying a firm to do it, and she probably does more complex stuff than this firm does, working for a property management company. She's she's their top accountant right now. And so she can get a job there. She can do home accounting for people's taxes and stuff. She can do that stuff so we have other income. And once she's up here, we're planning on growing enough food to take to the farmer's market and sell to have more income. That way we'll try to be totally self-sufficient and bringing in extra income. So if SHTF, Tawaki, whatever you want to call it, happens and everything falls apart, we are self-sufficient already at a 95% level.
That's good.
And so that, so we're planning out years in advance just in case. And if nothing ever happens, if it never happens, everything keeps going on, hey, we're saving a lot of money. We're eating healthier food. We're going to live longer. We're teaching our kids and our grandkids how to do things. We're building a family community up here. My nephew and some of his kids want to move up here too. And so I know this summer they're going to come up and visit and check out the town and see if there's any of the properties around here they want to buy to come. Hey, CR.
Hey, CR.
And let you guys have all the fun.
Yeah. And so my nephew wants to get up here away from, they want to get out of California so bad, but he's making really good money. He's an inspector for the East Bay East Bay Utility District, East Bay Mud, East Bay Municipal Utility District, East Bay Mud, and he's making good money right now. And so they're packing their savings account, their 401ks and stuff, and he's got another 20 years before he has to retire or more. So, but they want to get up here before they reach that time so they can get things going up here. Hey, Bob, we missed you.
Hey, Bob. Yeah, we missed
Hello, Bob.
And so, so there's a lot of things that we're planning. We've been planning for years, and my family members are planning, extended family members are planning, to do to prepare themselves because they realize things are going in a handbasket, and they know they need to get out of California, but they also know they need to make as much money as they can there, which is why my youngest son he's working there. He's pulling double and triple shifts, trying to make as much money as he can. And so when he has what he deems enough money, then he'll move up here, and he can work the same industry up here. Granted, he'll be making 2/3 of what he's making back there, but he will pull the double shifts and triple shifts up here as well. But
that's a lot of shifts.
Yeah, well, he's young, single, and he has a goal. But then he also his problem is like, ooh, I want that rifle. Ooh, I want this. Ooh, I want that.
Ooh, shiny penny.
Oh, this rifle will be good for later. Ooh, all these tools and stuff will be good for later. And so there's stuff like that. Oh, I got to say something here. It's CB at Hugo Homestead.
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah. See, I grew up raising chickens, cows, horses, pigs, goats. I grew up doing that. And we had gardens, and we canned blackberry. We had blackberry bushes. We had, I did a lot of that growing up. So I'm probably was hands and foot and shoulders and everything above most city dwellers. And my wife was born down in Fremont, California, big city, but her parents had like 20 acres down there of apricot orchards, and they had gardens. And so she grew up with doing all that stuff. Yeah. Ooh, coming up on 2:00 here.
The time is flying.
Yeah. So, but yeah, there, like I said, for this topic you chose is a topic that it's like a spider web. It goes off every direction, and things are interconnected, and it's like you got to figure out. You have to do an assessment. You have to do an assessment of you, your family, your house, your neighborhood, and you do the expanded assessment. What you can do, what you can't do. You got to do research. You just can't take by flat word people on YouTube. It's like I tell people on a lot of my live streams. Don't take my word for it. Do the research. Here's some of the links. Go do the research yourself.
Well, yeah, and
that
it's
is what
actually
Uncle Al used to say. Do your own research.
Yeah, and so once you, and the thing is, and something else I've been adding to my videos lately. At the end of my like your prep for today videos, it's stay happy. Don't let life get you down. Stay safe. Don't do anything foolish. Keep adding to your preps: water, food, medicine, clothing, skills. Add more skills. Learn how to do stuff.
gain experience too.
Yeah.
And on my mother's side of the family, they are all farmers. It's basically farm. Most of them are farmers. So I have helped some farmers sometimes when I was a kid. It was fun. So, but I've feel a little bit sad that I didn't learn more from them. But
yeah. Yeah, it's like when I grew up. I grew up young, doing all the stuff, learning to ride horses, milking cows, and all that other stuff. And then we moved from that property down into the city and got involved in other stuff. You know, got older, girls, cars, you know, and
Life itself.
And just things just changed. And then, but then when I got a little bit older, I got into construction, and then bought my own house. Met my wife, the staff sergeant, and then we started. We were going to do the suburban dream, nice green lawn in the front yard and stuff in the backyard. And after a couple of years, the bell went off. Ding! Out came the lawn. In went the garden. Backyards went in, trees and stuff, fruit trees, apples, oranges, lemons, pears, all went. So we started stuff to go in the backyard, and then up here, we bought the place across the street. We bought 5 acres over there. This place is an acre, so we've got 6 acres to work with here, and apple trees are going in here. Pear trees are going to be going in soon. So, we're going to start getting, a lot of stuff going here so that we can, back to the way my grandmother was. My grandmother was, she was one of 15 kids. She had 14 brothers she had 13 brothers and 1 sister. And they did not have power to the ranch. They had a 3-hole outhouse.
Yeah,
they were out. She was born in 1899, and they raised a lot of their stuff. They fished, they hunted. They stuff they raised and hunted. They traded for in town to get stuff they couldn't raise, like flour and clothing. Bolts of material, and so that's that people like that have a better chance on surviving a SHTF situation, so long as they don't get head swelled and I know how to do all this stuff. I'm going to be great, because you're going to have some gangbangers from the city coming out there who believe that a stand-up fight is where they hide behind the car and they snipe at you. So.
Exactly. Yeah. And don't get cocky.
Yeah.
If you get cocky,
you get cocky, you get a swelled head, you got a bigger target. The swelled head becomes a bigger target.
Yeah.
You like that, CR?
Oh, that was good, Gail. That was good. That was a good metaphor. That's good.
Most of the people who get cocky, especially if they walk on the street and some bad guy come up and they get cocky, well, they lose. They will lose that fight.
Yeah, one of the things I was raised by an uncle who used to talk about stuff, and what was funny is years later at the police academy, one of the DIs said the same thing at the police academy. It is youth and enthusiasm is no match for old age, experience, and dirty tricks.
Well, that's true.
And because the young guy is all cocky and stuff, goes up there, and the other guy has dirty tricks.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I got to slide out here. I got some other things to do here.
Yeah,
And
no
I got a video here that was been running editing on the other computer here. I got to get it uploaded.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah.
Take care, Gil.
Take care.
All right.
Stay safe. God bless, my friend.
So everyone, remember: water, food, medicine, clothing, and skills. Expand your your prepper toolbox. See y'all later.
See you later.
Well, that was a nice one to drop in.
Yeah, I agree. It was fun.
See, that's why I didn't drop in right away.
Yeah. Gil is he has so many great ideas.
And I was eating too, so I figure I eat. I'm like, oh, okay, Gil's on for you.
And he's a guy with a lot of knowledge, experience.
Well, yeah, the skills, knowledge, and experience in that metaphoric toolbox, right? He's got a lot in his toolbox to offer.
Thank you, Lynn. I appreciate that. So, I was thinking of something.
Yep.
If you have a driveway up to your house, well, what I just came up with an idea. You have portable raised beds, so you can move them around and make some obstacles that way.
Well, I was thinking about something like, see, sometimes I watch a lot of documentaries on stuff like on previous civilizations and such, right? I'm remembering a lot of things I'm just like and considering it for like nowadays, right? So, I was always thinking to myself, you want to keep your point of view open, right?
Yeah.
It's hard for whoever, let's say, opposing team trying to whatever, right? So you want to make sure that they have limited information. It's hard to see inside, whatever, right? Can't really make out anything and all that stuff. So they are not sure of what to expect. But
yeah,
where you see everything, like like you have optics, let's say binoculars, for example, stuff like mirrors around. So it's like blind spots are hard. There's no blind spots, right? Every spot can be seen.
Yeah.
From like one person, or even during medieval times, there used to be slits in castles to fire like for archers and stuff like that. Very narrow. The point of view from the inside you can see a lot, but from the outside it's very small.
Yeah.
Hidden too.
Yeah, exactly.
Hold on a second, I'll be right back.
Yeah, no problem. But I agree with Gil. Skills is always useful. Well, a few, I would say, but not in my neighborhood. I'm probably the only one. But I know there are some people in the other part of the city here who are preppers, but they don't exactly live near in my neighborhood, but in different parts of the city. Yeah, Bob, you can do that too.
Well, remind me not to like be on the other side of that.
Yeah, that would be a really smelly one.
Yeah.
Well, I actually know two who actually confirm that they are preppers. One lives, well, it takes probably in 40 minutes to get there, but from me, so, and she is a prepper. I know that because she told me. And she is also a member of the board, the Civil Defense, or local Civil Defense Association. She's a board member. And she works on the fire station, the fire department. She responds to the emergency calls. Yeah, forget to give the cows water. That's not a good idea. You need to water them.
I see you guys are on a tangent on the side chat.
Yeah.
just a tad.
Get
just
down,
a tad,
poop
guys.
frisbee coming in.
Oh yeah. Or had
Oh,
to,
yeah.
I'll just add that in.
And actually, the other one was actually a pretty young guy. He probably in the 40s, maybe 35, 40,
Mhm.
somewhere between 35 and 45. And he told, we had on the Nature Day, he just passed by, and we asked him if he could manage to handle if the grid goes down. Yeah, he said he was a prepper. So he had the whole basement full of cans and canned food and everything like that. So, but that dude I didn't know.
Okay.
Bob's version of the shit hitting the fan, yeah. And I don't think that it comes on a frisbee, but Bob has. Yeah, I'm familiar with that TV show, my friend. I think I watched one part of that, and I just what they are totally nutcases. No,
I mean,
no,
I've seen some of the episodes too. I think there's only one that stands out in terms of being kind of more down to earth.
yeah. I think I
approach.
watched one or two episodes with them.
I mean, I won't mention the name, but I mean, they actually are on YouTube.
Yeah, I know.
And they did, all right. And they do a lot of things.
But I think they have pretty twisted
they have the common sense approach.
View on things. I think they are more crazy than have a realistic approach to it.
Yeah, because I think the one episode I saw was someone that lives down in like Florida or something like that.
Yeah,
I think it was specifically about storms.
Yeah, and I agree with Huga actually. They also were only focused on one threat, not all threats. So I agree. You can't be focused on only one threat, because if you do, and that specific threat doesn't happen, and other threats come in, and you're not prepared for it,
or at least not as well.
Well, excuse the expression, but they would be caught with their pants down,
Yeah.
basically, and they don't know how to handle it. So you need to have some focus on different threats. Well, you can't prepare for all of them, but most of them you can at least.
Cover the major categories and
Yeah.
things that overlap too. There's a lot of overlap too. So, well, I mean, generally, you're not probably gonna need the food and water. Also, I think that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I agree with Hendo. Yeah, and coffee time for Bob.
You mean for us?
Yeah.
As in me too. When he comes right next to me.
Yeah. I watched a bunch of those episodes. I bet the lady with all the medical supplies for the pandemic was laughing when the big sea hit. Lol. Yeah.
Well, it probably gave them a chance to buy time, right? So, you don't have to worry about, per se, this specific piece of gear or skill because you got it covered right now. So you focus on the next thing and be proactive. Trying to think ahead a little, trying to be 2 steps ahead, I guess.
Yeah, and
as much as possible. Can't plan for everything, can't prepare for everything. But hopefully you'll still be like,
yeah,
I got
for
5
me,
seconds to spare, maybe I can still do it.
Yeah. And for me, my priority is the family. My wife, my kids,
the people that you care about,
and my parents-in-laws.
Yes,
as
the
well.
people that you care about.
Yeah, but my parents live 860 kilometers from me, so that is
wow. That's almost over 1,000 miles. What in the U.S.? It's over 1,000 miles, by the way.
Yeah,
so, yeah.
And my
like,
brother,
1,100, 1,200 maybe.
Yeah, and my brother, it's about 4-hour ride from my mother down to my brother where he lives. So, and with his wife and
yeah, that's a full day driving nonstop. If you did that, all right.
Yeah, to drive 860 kilometers would take me roughly 12 to 13 hours. So plus 4 hours to get to my brother. So that is a lot. So that is something that worries me. How can you keep your family together when we are so split up? That's the problem.
And I just realized my math was wrong. I keep forgetting a kilometer is more than a mile. So that's actually less than 600, but still it's a fair distance. Still a fair distance. So
yeah, I think you're right, Huga. I have been thinking about that too. Probably I would have
guide
to
people.
take that. Yeah,
guide people. Right?
Yeah,
guide people. Not as leading, but guiding people.
Yeah, that is what I probably have to take that role. So that role, that I don't mind, but you want to do things on a democratic way. But at least at the beginning, I probably would.
Yeah, kind of open it up for a Q&A or open discussion.
Yeah, yeah, I understand that, Huga. I have the same feeling when it comes to my parents and my brother and his wife. And I have two nephews too, so I'm worried about them too. So I know the feeling.
But sometimes you have to help yourself first so you can actually help others. I know I kind of use that every so often, but it's kind of true every so often. It's like, yeah, you gotta help
Yeah.
yourself so you can help others.
So what
It's like,
when I had talked to my brother, I said you need to stock up with extra food, water, whatever you can stock up on because you will need
preferably
it.
things that you actually would use first, anyways, or would want to use. You know, that food thing, right? Eat what you want to prep and stuff like that. You know, first in, first out rule.
Yeah.
Kind of make progress in it, right? And a little bit more into it, and eventually it starts to build up because you add and make progress. I think
Yeah.
many of us would agree that prepping is like takes a while. Anyone can start it, but once you start it, it just adds and adds upon everything else because it's like the skills, not just the gear, but the skills, the knowledge, and the experience that you gain along the way, right? It's always adding upon that first initial base, whatever it is, start, whatever epiphany.
Yeah.
What's that other word that we always use on the same page or like-minded people or woken up, whatever you want to call it, right?
Yeah.
Because it always starts from that. Because everything else built on that. It's like, oh, you know.
Yeah. And I have to agree with Huga again.
Oh, I agree with Fuga all
She
the
got
time too.
yeah. She has a point. Actually, you may have not thought of yourself as a leader, but when the crowd sheltering in place needs direction for everyone to make it, we may be the ones that have to teach and lead. Yeah, I agree. Uh, and I am a member of the uh, what we call a voluntary resource group, and that is for when it happens something major and the municipality can call us in. So, I have leadership training. So I took leadership classes for that, basic um, and there is part two of it as well. So. Uh, so yeah, I have, and that the leadership training I got is really good. So I can't complain about that. Uh, so I have, and I have been I'm a scout leader as well. So well, I have some experience of leading people, but if I'm a good leader, well, maybe it depends on what other people thinks. Um, it's not me to decide if I'm a good one or bad one. But it's up to others.
Wow, I'm just reading all this chat here. You guys have lots to
Yeah.
say.
Most of my kids are 6+ hours away. I told them if anything goes down, you need to make your way here. Yeah, and they have to make their way there. In the beginning, not they can't wait. They need to get there out of there quick. Huga says, kids are on the other side of the country, so I send them paracord bracelets, flashlights, walkie-talkies, binoculars to use as toys, but I know they have them if needed. Yeah. I plan to run in circles screaming like my hair's on fire, lol.
Yeah, just like my icon. I changed it just in time.
Yeah,
Can you see
that
that?
was fired up. You were fired up, Seer.
Yeah, I know.
I had a leadership training in the Air Force, and I was a team leader of a crew of aircraft mechanics for years. Yeah, in the military, they have good leadership manuals, actually. I heard from one guy who was a sergeant. He said that their military leadership training is really good, and the book they have in leadership, it is like this thick. He said it's really a brick, but to read, but it's a very good book. After what I have heard, I haven't seen it myself, but
Mm-hmm.
but
Well, as far as I know, leadership takes experience, not just book smarts, but
yeah,
experience too.
you could say there are two types of leaders. Those who have it naturally, they are natural leaders. And then you have the other type who has learned to be a leader. So,
Mm-hmm.
but
and go through the process and learning it
yeah,
for whatever it is, right? For whatever it is that we're doing, of course. You know, knowing when to delegate, not just delegate, but to kind of hand off that leadership. It's like, oh, I'm not as qualified. I think Shadow here is more qualified in terms of leading this whatever at this moment.
yeah.
Knowing when to do that.
So probably,
Doing it for the best for everyone else,
yeah, and
not just being selfish and being like, oh, I want to lead this, but no. Shadow's more experienced in this. I think you should take the lead on this. So, knowing when to do that too.
well, if something like as a big nationwide SHTF happens, for some reason, probably I have the more knowledge than my parents-in-law, for an example. I have more knowledge about this and than they have. So my wife has a little bit more knowledge because I talk about it so much. Um, but anyway, at the end, I think I will be the one who takes the lead at first. And you do we do like this, we do like this, you do this, you do this, and you do that.
You know, I'm not saying I'm much of a leader, but I mean, sometimes someone needs to lead the way, kind of, or kind of guide the way.
Yeah, I agree.
Personally, I don't like to lead. I don't like to lead.
Actually, I enjoy it for some reason. When I was younger, I didn't want to lead because I didn't Nah, I didn't want that responsibility,
Mm.
but now when I'm older, I think it's really fun. Uh, and I heard
Well,
from
maybe,
my scout colleagues, um, the other leaders, when I begin with this, they said I was a good leader through their eyes. So I have to trust their words on it. I mean, even if I have some doubts on myself about that, but well, a good leader. They say a good leader has their doubts.
mhm.
So, but if I'm gonna if I
You guys
gonna
are.
do if I do compare where me and what from myself and my parents-in-law, how I look at the world and how I see it. I can see the small changes in the world. That is no, that goes more to the bad side rather than the good. Um, so I can see
Mm.
the changes and how that will probably affect us, even here in Sweden and even in Canada, UK, US, you name it, because I can see the tensions and I can see the small changes. But my parents-in-law don't see that, but
Mm.
I can. Hey, Shift Kicker, good to see you.
Hey, Chip, how are you doing?
And Huga pointing out a good thing here. Delegating tasks will be important, and it's really not being the top dog. It's just breaking down a situation and getting everyone
Hmm.
moving functionally.
Yeah, kind of on the
Yeah,
same page. Can I
yeah,
just add something in real quicker? Just remind you, it's not fair. Now, I'm not saying I was taking leadership because I've mentioned this story before to all of you about when I was this one time when I was younger at a bar and something, just some smoke alarm went off or whatever, right? And first thing and I've mentioned this before, Shadow, like
yeah,
and I said to everyone, I was like, it's probably a false alarm. I just kind of on the same page, but let's everyone check, right? So I just, you go check over there, check over on that exit, check in the back, kind of deal, right? Just kind of so we're all on the same page. I wasn't trying to lead it, but I was trying to like for all of us, right? We're all in that same boat, kind of metaphoric same boat at the same time, right? So at least then we would all be on the same page at the end, right? We've all checked, right? Versus
yeah,
assuming. So, and kind of delegating it, right? I
yeah.
was checking, just doing, taking a walk and taking a look, right? 'Cause,
And
or else you
I
get
heard,
complacent.
yeah, I have seen a really big mistake what some leaders or bosses has done,
Mhm.
and I know one uh, especially very well. Um, I can tell you, she didn't did a good job to be a boss. What she did was um, she had her staff under her, but she had the problem to delegate the tasks to the bosses she had under her that worked for her. So no, her tactic was to do everything by herself, and that is not good to do. You need to. She couldn't delegate different tasks to the bosses below her. So welcome, Lone Wolf. Good to see you, brother. Yeah, I agree with you about that. But that is a problem with that. That kind of boss who wants to be the alpha, they have a tendency to burn themselves out because they can't delegate the work to the bosses they have that are below her or him. So, especially when it comes to defend your home in a situation like that. And if you have to take the leadership, you have to make some decisions for how to defend it. But it's not, might be that the rest of the family agrees with it. But in that case, you need to convince them to, if we want to stay alive here and survive this, we need to have good defenses.
Mm-hmm. Oh, by the way, I am still.
Yeah.
I was trying to get my charger and kind of be on the same boat. I mean, the same boat, same page on stuff. In terms of maybe like priorities or somewhere like that, you know. If you don't have heat coming into your building, you know, okay, well, pipes, water pipes, and
yeah.
so forth and so forth.
As the leader of a group, you have to make some really tough decisions.
Yeah, and hopefully, you know, even ask it out as an open question. Be like, but we do need to decide, regardless if we do this or that. We do need to decide. Hopefully, as a team, right, together.
Yeah, and I agree with Bob. Protect your home and family from daily street crime is very important. Yeah, especially in an SHTF, there will be a lot of daily street crimes.
Yeah.
So that will be a huge problem. So
yeah, whatever it is now, much more magnified. Or yeah, greater magnitude.
Yeah, and you need to if you have ideas to defend your home and the family, they might don't like the ideas you have, and everybody needs to know in the group needs to know exactly what they are gonna do. So if I
or things not to
tell
do.
yeah, and if I tell, let's say if I tell them, don't let anybody in to this house, they should obey that. Because if they think, oh, it's not that bad, it's wants a help, yeah, but that might be a trick. So don't trust anybody, and that might be a thing that the family would probably not agree with. Don't trust anybody. They will. That's not bad. That bad. Oh yeah, it is that bad.
Mm-hmm.
So that
I
will
mean, that
be a
could just
problem.
be a diversion.
Yeah, exactly. So don't open the door. What you can do is uh, just tell them without opening the door um, that get out of here. We
Yeah.
don't have anything.
Or hopefully, you would have it in such a way that you can get multiple eyes on that entrance, right, from different angles. So it's like,
Yeah.
well, they can't hide much. So I believe we only see one person, for example, right?
So what you do
Whatever.
if you have your family is big, what you can do is if you're gathered together in the same spot is when answer the door but not open it, and you have the others checking the windows and see
Yeah.
if there are others. So you have people that covers you up, and the one who answered the door should have at least two people as a backup. So
I
you
mean,
have
this is
one,
all situational, depending on where you live,
but
right? I
but, but
mean,
it
like I'm just thinking of
well
like apartments, houses, and all this other stuff.
it's like I know it's overkill, but it depends on how large your family is. But
Hmm. But now that I
yeah,
think of it, I mean, there's all like that has always existed, right? I mean, like castles has sentries on guard and something like that, eyes on what's out there to always know what is even coming in the first place,
yeah.
good or bad.
So you have people. Well, lucky for me, uh, uh, my wife has um, three sisters.
Hmm.
So that is so I'm
Yeah,
three sisters-in-laws. So that
yeah.
is good, and
Oh,
two of them,
yeah.
uh, uh, the next elder, the second eldest from my wife, she is married and have three, four kids,
Hmm.
and the next one has one kid, but not
Hmm.
married. But anyway, and the youngest, um, she's not married and no kids. But if something happens and we gather the whole family, me, my wife, and my kids, and the my sister-in-laws and their kids, and that would be a lot of people.
More
So,
eyes, more
so
people, more
yeah,
mouths to feed, but more
so
people.
you
So,
so that means you have more eyes to check around the house. Some can cover the
well,
back,
more
and
ears and more hands to help you too, right?
yeah,
Because sometimes you hear things before you even see things. Sometimes,
Thorhaven has a
like a
point.
vehicle or something.
Yeah,
You probably hear
Thorhaven.
that.
Yeah, Thor has a great point here. Great thing is not everyone is a good actor or liar. That
Oh, he's being serious. Oh, I thought he. Oh, okay.
no, everyone is not a good actor or liar. I agree, but there are a few who are, and that is a problem. Can you know if that person is a good actor or and a liar, or or uh, if that person speaking tell you the truth or not? That
Yeah,
is really difficult.
yeah, they're kind of masking it. Yeah, that'd be one of those. hard things to do. I mean, it's hard enough to do it in the real world now at times, right? You know, lots of people have been burnt by that before in the past for people. So
Yeah.
so it's one of those things. It'd be very hard. I would want to make it as a group decision. I was just thinking, because I've seen this before on my friends' places. You said, you said you live in an apartment, right? If I remember right.
Yeah, living in an apartment.
You know,
Yeah.
some of these things that for anyone that's been areas for parking and stuff like that, especially like a underground parking and stuff like that. Usually there's mirrors and stuff all over the corners and stuff like that. So, because then it's harder to hide, right?
Yeah.
Harder for someone to hide in a blind spot, because So it's if you had like a home garage, blah blah blah, and stuff like that, it's kind of so there's no blind spots. So even in the cover of darkness, it's just like or something like that. No one's just kind of waiting in that blind spot. Yeah. Because it would work with cameras too, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because if your cameras are picking that up, right? Yeah, I know for those can be moved or destroyed or whatever, but you would know then too, right? Be like, oh well, that mirror's broken.
Yeah. Thor says usually liars will say stuff like the budget will balance itself, etc. Yeah.
But yeah, I was thinking again, Shadow, about having eyes and what I said about having ears, and sometimes you will hear things first.
Yeah.
Like I said, you'll hear someone coming up the stairs, so to speak.
Yeah.
Especially if they're more in a rush and they're not just pacing themselves up. They're actually, hustling up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, make yourself a hard target and hopefully slow them down enough to buy you time.
Yeah. Most people don't like to attack hard targets. They avoid it.
Well, I mean, that unknown factor too, right? It's the defenses behind it that they can't see or sense or know about. In that same way, you don't know what the detector's going to have either, or whoever,
Exactly.
or whatever it is, right? So that's why hopefully you have layers and layers, right? It's just like for premise, it's layers and layers, and hopefully kind of get by yourself one time. It's just like having a couple of days of worth of water buys you a couple of days of water, if you're outside.
I agree with Lone Wolf. Secret is not to absolutely trust someone. I agree.
Yeah, share as much as you're willing to share.
Yeah.
If it's out there, it's out there now.
We will need a small group, sleeping and watch shifts and working. Yeah. That will be an SHT situation. That is a whole different arena, whole different game. It's not fancy. It's not fun. It will be tough, sweaty.
Gruesome.
You will be tired. You will be tired.
And probably not even eating or in the best It won't be at the best time. It'll be
Yeah.
at the worst time. Working hard, not eating as well, so to speak.
Yeah.
With the rationing, because unfortunately you have to.
Yeah. Yeah. You will probably need to ration your food. You will have to do that.
Well, in a major incident, it'd be like that because unfortunately you may not know if resupply is coming, let alone, is even getting resupplied, let alone coming in the first place, right? So you gotta buy yourself some time.
Yeah. Yeah,
The
who
buffer
miss
zone.
daily showers. Yeah, that is one thing you will miss. Definitely.
Yeah, you'll be lucky every third or fourth, 50 at that. I mean, aside from like the wipes or whatever, but I'm lucky to have snow and water here in Canada. Generally
Yeah.
speaking. Generally speaking, right? I'm not going that far if I had to.
Yeah, Thor. Lol. Sir, I thought you
Do you want
said
to? Do you want a
bedtime.
coffee
Not
for it? Do you
best
want a
time.
coffee for it? Do you want a coffee for it? It sounds like you're like kind of need to pick me up there. Hearing things like bedtime. What? Just kidding.
Yeah.
Hey, really?
Not best time. Oh, okay. But that will be tough times.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely.
And hopefully, because in terms of defense, you're delaying the entry, right? Pretty much, you're delaying the entry.
Yeah.
Because it's like any anything from the past, right? From sieges to all that stuff, right? It's more or less the same. Just technology and gear and all that stuff and buildings have all changed, right? But the
Yeah.
premise is still the same. You're still trying to make entry or take something that's in there.
I am bummed that I prepped for everything, and the one thing I couldn't prep for, nuke, other than gas mask, became a thing. Yeah.
Because I know
Let's
you're
hope.
talking about defense, right? It
Yeah.
doesn't always have to be from, per se, a man-made type of situation or something like that. It could be natural in scope too.
Yeah. Yeah.
To a
It can
certain
be
degree,
natural.
I mean, like I think we need to address that too, because I mean, yeah, probably it won't be, but there will be the instance where it's like, oh, this ain't natural. This is natural, or maybe it's a combination.
Yeah. 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 It could be a combination
Because
of
I know
man-made
we
and
said about
natural.
fire, right? I mean, like I guess that could be natural or man-made, but yeah, just consider that. So. Because I was just kind of thinking like maybe it's cliche. I don't know. I gotta look into that a little bit more. How often that actually did happen? Because in terms of like siege warfare and like castles and stuff like that, they were only as good as their water supply and their backup plan. The tunnel that leads out on this side. That kind of cliche or
Yeah.
and stuff like that. So. You can only shelter in place so long too, until you're burnt out or there's no water or food.
Yeah. Yeah. Thor Havens has a good point here too. The thing is, if SHTF in one area or a country, the majority of people will just become refugees. Wouldn't be many who are in a good position. I agree with that.
Mm-hmm. Yes, many people won't have their castle left, so to speak.
Yeah.
I'm using castles as a metaphor here because it's kind of like it is. Our homes are our castles.
Yeah.
You know, our vehicles are our kind of horses, so to speak.
Yeah.
Right? You know, these defenses are like our suit of armor, and and et cetera, because it's kind of flows into it, and it's just like they just look different.
Yeah.
You know. It's just like replacing doors with, better doors and such.
Yeah.
I know. I mean, I don't have a moat around my place, but who knows? Maybe you do.
Well,
Mm-hmm.
I live on the top floor, and we have a spiral stair down to
Oh,
the ground floor.
that reminds me.
So that will
Right.
be a little bit difficult to. Well,
Did
you
you ever
can make.
consider those ladder things? I don't know if you. I think I mentioned it before too. Did you ever consider that? I'm just curious. The escape ladder, the fire escape ladders, whatever. I don't know how. It's like 4 stories, so yeah.
Well, probably 10, 15 meters from the top floor down to the ground. So, well, you can get those evac ladders that are collapsible. If there will
And
be a
another thing is to
firing,
actually try it.
if,
To just try it too, right? It's like
if
hopefully
you
no one like calls. Like
if
climbing down this
you
ladder.
have a fire break out in your apartment, uh,
Mhm.
or in
Or
the
whatever, right? Well, it's just like
yeah,
where you had to flee. It could be fire. It could
yeah,
be any other
you
reasons
you
too,
can
right?
attach it on the balcony and climb over, but those ladders are pretty expensive. Uh,
And they're not foolproof too, right? If I remember right.
no, they are not foolproof.
Yeah, because they probably can get burnt through and stuff. And I'm assuming they have the tendency to be lightweight. I mean, unless you get
Yeah,
one made from Kevlar.
those
Oh yeah, that'd be real expensive.
those so-called evac ladders, they are made of aluminum,
Yeah,
uh, so they are lightweight.
yeah. Well, I'm just saying in terms of fire breaking out. Obviously, there's probably like heat coming out from the building somewhere, right? So
Yeah,
fire does kind of make things weaker, right? It's a like a rope or whatever, for example. So. But hopefully you use it before any of that happens, and or don't need to use it, right? That's the idea.
so and I probably guess that to use a ladder like that, I believe that takes some practice big to climb down
Not,
from.
not only just practice to actually do it in the first place, right? When are you gonna set time to actually do that? Like legitimately do that? People be like looking. It's like, why is he climbing down that?
Yeah, and
I know, maybe you know what I mean. It's just like,
yeah,
because to actually really simulate it, you actually have to do it, right? So it'd be like one of those things.
yeah,
Yeah. So because I kind of feel like if you actually did that, people would see that, everyone would see that, kind of notice, right? You're walking down the floor below you. Hi. Keep walking down. I think they don't notice that. But
yeah, and the problem with that is if you have to
it's not.
escape, even if I don't mean that is necessary a fire in the apartment, but if you can't go down the regular way down to the ground floor, and you have and in SHTF, and you have to use the evac ladder on the balcony and climb down that way, that will be a problem because you will be an easy
I mean,
target.
it could be like some like. Well, I don't think it would be a collapse in the stairwell, but I mean, because the way that usually the stairwells are built quite well in terms of generally speaking, but yeah. Because you said you have a spiral stairwell, so yeah, it should be
Yeah,
pretty solid.
yeah, yeah. It's basically a concrete in a spiral down.
Yeah, I've seen those too. So generally, they're pretty solid. But
Yeah.
then, I mean, well, you don't live in an earthquake-prone zone, do you? As far as you know,
Well, I heard.
or you're too far from like
Well,
coast or whatever.
yeah, we had earthquakes here, but they were so small.
Yeah, so it'd probably be the highest.
Yeah,
Like
20
fire, for
kilometers
example.
from
Yeah.
me, there were an earthquake. I believe it was on 3.23 on the Richter scale.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. So that's not even sensible, or you can't sense that. Okay.
yeah, and
So yeah, Shadow. Yeah, like I said, like the defenses. I mean, it doesn't always have to mean from a man-made threat, but it can be natural too.
yeah,
That forces you out.
yeah.
So
But
having defenses against that, whatever it is, even to slow it down, so you can make an exit. Sometimes, like I know we're all talking about sheltering in place and buggy but always having that option out there. Hopefully, you would never want to, but I'd rather have the option available on the table.
Well, the best option at the beginning is to stay at home and don't go out the first 2-3 weeks. And don't open the door.
I mean, we're generally speaking from like suburban type of environment in general. I mean, obviously it's a little bit different in the countryside. And there's our threats, right? That force you to have to leave. So you build up your defenses, or it's just like Haven, right? Kind of removing some trees, so there's more of a barrier or a gap between the forest to buy you time.
Yeah.
Well,
to
because
create open areas.
Well, because you have that bug out plan or whatever to evacuate whatever it is, however long it takes, right? Wouldn't it be nice to have a little bit more time to actually do it? Kind of deal, like you set it up so you can buy yourself an extra 30 minutes. That'd be nice.
Yeah, if you can set it up so you have 30, an extra 30 minutes, then
or even 5 minutes.
Great.
The more lead time you have, right? I mean, like I'm just talking about like in general and preparedness in general. I mean, like it gives you lead time because you're being proactive beforehand. Lead time's usually a term used for tornadoes, but I mean, like 5-10 minutes,
you don't
even for that, it's nice too. Would be nice too.
We got cows with horns. Don't walk through that side of the farm. No, you don't want to have a long horn stuck into your butt or in your guts either.
Yeah, that'd be a thorn to my side.
Yeah, that is a horn in my side. Yeah, or a thorn. It depends on.
I meant both.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. just a couple of things I think about. I don't have this down pat, but I've been thinking about it. So
Dogs are good to have, very useful. They can give you some.
well, it's a hit or miss. I mean, pros and cons. So
Yeah,
with Angler. So
but dogs can give you at least a pre-warning, so that gives you some time to prepare.
mm-hmm.
And dogs has better sight than humans and better hearing.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah, I mean, like you said, it really does depend where you live.
yeah,
Now
yes.
we're generally talking about a permit or a house type of scenario.
Yeah,
You know, not at work per se and stuff like that, because obviously work would be a totally different thing. But at home,
Thornhaven.
where generally your supply, generally where your supplies are and such, right? Amongst other things.
Yeah,
Well, it's your castle, right? You know,
yeah,
your homestead's your castle,
yeah.
village,
Thor says,
or
funny
whatever,
thing
right?
is, most city people are afraid of dogs. Well, I love dogs. I grew up with dogs.
I don't know. I have a love-hate relationship with dogs at times. You know, I don't think anyone likes dogs that play, but then it's always nice dogs that just kind of lick your hand. It's just like and just sit down with it. But
95% of the time, the Amazon drivers won't get out of the vehicle if our basset hound is loose. Lol. Okay. Well, dogs are cute. And it
yeah.
depends on how you train them. And
I mean, if you want to go train a pigeon or fly in the air for you with a little camera, that'd be cool.
yeah,
I give you props for that.
yeah, we send pigeons from Canada
Yeah,
to
I know,
Sweden.
right? Just like,
That would be interesting. Let's see
oh yeah,
when
that's
that letter
interesting.
comes.
Right?
When that letter arrives, that would be nice
Yeah.
to see.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
It will take a couple of weeks, I guess.
I mean, they train hawks to do stuff and stuff like that, but that takes a lot of time.
Yeah, that takes a lot of
Yeah.
time.
Speak of which, you know, speak of time, starting something today is a good time to start if you haven't started, or continue making progress today, whatever it is.
Yeah.
I know we're talking about the defense kind of thing, but you know, until then, right? Or let's say you already got that set up. Well, you gotta start focusing on other things again, gardening stuff, the kind of the seasonal
Two
stuff.
pigeons carrying a coconut between them, string.
Oh yes.
Beware of those dreaded Canadian pigeons. Yeah. Yeah, but that takes time to train two pigeons to carry a coconut between them. And they probably won't like it.
Yeah. Plan A, B, C, and hopefully you never need to use Plan C. Hopefully no one's have to use Plan C,
Yeah.
so to speak, right? It's so nice and sunny here today. It's nice and sunny here.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm almost like, it's so nice. So yeah, and one of the things I'm wanting to do is put them like they have these kind of convex type of mirrors that kind of opposite of a concave mirror, right? Where, like I said, in like parkades and stuff like that, you might, or underground parking and stuff like that,
Yeah.
you might see that those a lot, right? Or in certain places along the way like that, right? I've been thinking about getting something like that. Well, because then I can just look out too, right? I can visually
Yeah.
look out and see a reflection from the side that I can't see necessarily from like a window, for example, right? That way, it's just like, you know, it's much harder, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Thor, that's an idea to surround your farm with Canada geese.
Duck, duck, goose. Duck,
Yeah.
duck. Or maybe physically duck, duck, goose. I could just see that. I could just picture that now for someone saying that. Duck,
Yeah.
duck, goose.
Yeah,
Anyways,
exactly. I
yeah,
can
yeah.
picture it myself.
That'd be hilarious. Pretty funny. I mean, you would see like in a movie or something like that.
Yeah.
And like I said, you know, do what you can. Right? I mean, sometimes in an apartment you could probably only do so much. You know, a house you can only do so much, depending and such, right?
Yeah, you can
Do the best.
block. You
Yeah,
can,
do the
can
best you
block.
can. All right.
You can block the stairs so nobody can get out.
Yeah,
But
but there's another thing is that you want to be able to make sure you can get out, but it's hard for
yeah,
someone to get in, kind of deal. Like let's say those. I've seen it on some other channels and channels that have done security or something like that, or home invasion prevention and stuff like that. Like those sliding windows that some people have, those French door type windows or something along the lines of that. Those sliders, right? Putting a block or something so you can't just slide it from the outside, right? Now it's not that stop someone from breaking it, but you know it forces them to make it harder, right? Now they gotta make noise, right?
yeah,
Because usually any type of entry, you're just trying to go fast, quiet, and quick, right? You know, if you're getting slowed down, you gotta make it a lot of noise, then you're attracting attention to it more, right?
yeah. You could.
It's more noticeable, right? You know, it's just like that's why the like what Gil said about the passive horn alarms, or maybe even those kind of door alarms that you can get too, right? Those will buy you some time too, because now they don't know about that because they can't see it from the outside. You never told me,
Yeah,
right? You don't
or
advertise it, but it's there, which means it's
you
like
could.
they open the
I'm
door
thinking
now and
about
the alarm's
this.
going off. Now they know that someone just came in. You know,
Um, uh,
for example.
I think about those small portable alarms.
Mhm. And
Um,
those you can readily
so
get. I mean, they run on
if you
batteries
put a thin wire, thin
or
fishing
mousetrap or
line or
anything like that.
something
And you like
to that
people have
spring,
used mouse. Yeah, I mean, people have used
and
mouse traps in a certain way, so it triggers it, so it makes that loud sound, and it's just like, oh, right. It's not even supposed to be meant as a deterrent.
yeah,
It's just to, uh, so you're forcing them to make sounds and do stuff. Take the long way to do whatever they want to do. You
yeah.
know,
Bob
entry,
says
whatever it is.
he's in the basement now.
Oh, okay.
Oh, there
Sorry,
you are,
sorry,
Bob.
Bob. Sorry, Bob. We left you in the beach.
Hey
Sorry,
guys.
sorry. Don't worry, Bob. Next time I'll leave you some coffee in the basement when I join.
Now that early warning and obstacles, that's a good topic, and
I think
make
that's
one.
more important for you, right? Because you want to, well, like I said, you want to slow them down, make it their entry loud, not
Yeah.
easy whatsoever, right? It's just like, is it even worth it? And
I'll
hopefully buy yourself time.
I started making an obstacle thing just a moment ago, and I'll finish it while we're chit-chatting. Show you that I'm dealing with what I've got on hand. I cut a couple of branches off of a cherry tree, and the tools that I'm going to use for this, if you talked about wire a moment ago, Shadow, good topic. Safety wire. This is stainless steel lock wire, safety wire for aircraft. This is the best wire on the earth to wire two objects together. It's stainless. If you're familiar with metal, you know how rugged stainless is. And then this would be a good tool for you to put into your toolbox, the safety wire pliers. Because these things, these pliers can pull the wire tight around any object, tighter than what your fingers can get. So I grabbed three little branches. Good. I grabbed three little branches out of my backyard because I'm still cleaning up after cutting down a larger branch off of a cherry tree. Make a makeshift obstacle thing, just thinking out loud kind of stuff. But none of this stuff does you any good unless you've got it ready ahead of time, you know. But here we go. We'll put these things together just with some of this safety wire. Thor, you just keep them damn Canadian pigeons to yourself.
What is he talking about now? Like, you just see the chat here. Okay.
Hey, Huga. Here we go. Here's a tanglefoot. What we call tanglefoot. Obstacle.
Kind of reduce their mobility, right?
Right, or slow them down.
Kind of reducing their speed of the entry in, right? Because
I
always assume that if you're trying to quote unquote attack or invade, you're trying to do it quick, painless, silently as possible, right? So you don't get noticed. It's less noticeable.
Here is the
you don't want to advertise
safety wire pliers and the stainless steel safety wire like that. They twist them together. And here is a makeshift obstacle. And if you just I'm just giving an example. It's like a tripod obstacle. And I've got some Kevlar thread coming soon, and you throw some of these things out in a pathway leading up to your house or your property. Just throw it out there with some Kevlar cord between it and some bells on it, fish hooks, whatever you want. It's going to slow them down. It's tanglefoot.
Yes, exactly. Where they actually, even if it's just like a foot apart,
it prevents them from being able to
They have to do it in, traverse it in a certain way now. They just can't just run through it. Because you don't want just one just running through.
But it's for your ankles. You put some kind of cord or wire between those, between your knees and your ankles, and it slows them down.
Yeah, exactly. Right. It's
how
just
much
like
of that
at different
cost
heights,
me?
right? So it's just like it's hard to even.
Cost me nothing. Cost me nothing.
Except from the wire and the plier, but
right. Yeah. You can pre-order this kind of wire, but there it is sitting right there, and you can tie off right around there like that.
Yeah. How much does that wire cost?
I've got another roll of it, thicker wire. This is 0.032, and let me go to my Amazon real quick. I'd recommend if you're not familiar with working with safety wire, let me see. Okay, I've got some thicker wire because I'm going to make my own treble hooks out of thicker stainless steel wire, and I'll see how much that price was. A thicker wire of the same type of wire was $20.
Okay,
bad. Not bad. And this much wire, I worked out of one of these for years on the airplanes.
It'll last you for years and years. And these type of pliers, I mean, I'm going to base everything on Amazon, but you call them safety wire pliers or safety wire pliers. There's different types. We get aviation.
Mhm.
The average price of these are anywhere from one single one of these is about $20.
Not that bad either.
Not bad.
So
Yeah, because if you need to wire things together, it's very, very secure because you saw how the pliers, this is what the wire looks like when you're finished with it, right?
yeah.
Right. Let me see if I can get you in there. Well, see how
Okay.
it twists it together really tight?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And these ends, the warning to you, these stainless steel ends are really sharp. I've got scars all over my hands from safety wiring parts into the airplanes over all those
So
years.
a good recommendation: use gloves when you handle it.
If you can, if you can. But there's methods of when you trim it off. Here's how you aviation style trimming it off. You trim it off to where there's about 1/2 to 3/4 of an inch sticking out, and then you use the tip of your safety wire pliers to give it a rat tail, like that, and you turn it inward to where it's. I kind of fucked that up, but you get the idea.
Yeah.
So
I
you
got
don't.
the
So
idea.
you don't cut yourself.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, it's
Mhm.
hard to see, but I'm trying.
Yeah, because you gotta
Yeah.
deploy it out
Hmm.
when you're using it.
Yeah. But if you
They-
don't rat tail it off and you got these two wires sticking out like right there, oh,
Yeah.
shit, oh dear. The twisted end is really sharp. You could use that to your advantage. I've got some thicker wire than this 032. I got some 041 diameter wire coming today, and I'm going to try to make my own treble hooks out of that for fence. Put them on top of your fence.
Yeah.
I'll experiment and see what works for me, and if something is successful, then I'll put a video out about it, how you can make them yourself. Because I price treble hooks for the top of your fences and your gates and whatever else, and they're
Yeah.
kind of spendy, But when you can buy an entire spool of stainless steel wire and make them yourself for $10, you can make 1 million of them. All they'll do really is hook into someone's clothing, and it'll slow them down.
It's more of an alert system, not so much for a deterrent. It's just to alert you more and slow them down.
Yeah, a deterrent to an extent, and both. And if somebody who's got a hard heart and really determined, is determined to come over.
Well,
and
they'll still try
to
to
get in through
through
your
it,
back
right? But
door.
they're
They're
gonna make
gonna
a lot
they're
of
gonna try to
noise,
run
right?
through it, and they're gonna get hung up.
Yeah,
And
they're
that
gonna make
might
a lot of
give you
noise,
a
and hopefully
chance-
maybe you get lucky and they'll
That
trip or
might give you
whatever.
a
and
chance
kinda
to get ready for them to kick your back door open. You
Yeah,
understand?
buy you time to go grab something to block the kind
Yeah.
of reinforce the door, let's say a bookshelf or
Mhm.
something like that. It's just kind of, or that cliche movie example where it's just like blocking the door so you can make an escape. 'Cause, in the action films where someone does something to slow them down, block the door so they can make an escape.
Right, Hugo.
Hey, Leonard Land. Good to see you, brother.
On my channel, I've got dozens of videos of the caltrops that I've already made. Lots of them. I make them out of common hardware stuff, from the nails out of the hardware store, and how to sharpen them and weld them together, all that good stuff. Yeah, exactly.
You have nice caltrops.
Caltrops are very naughty.
Yeah. Or foot angles.
That's pretty much what this is just tanglefoot to slow somebody down, out of resources, right out of my own backyard. I can just throw it, and it's still an obstacle sticking up,
Well,
I just thought I'd show that today.
I was just thinking, and it's also kind of cliche to a certain degree, right? You see it on TV or whatever. It's just like here's an X thief showing you how to not get get burglarized or whatever, right? And just kind of always thinking like you're gonna think like, how would you do it in the first? How would you even approach it?
Yeah.
And kind of think, how can I prevent this or slow that kind of approach?
What I'm gonna do here. Now, this is a very safe area, and it's almost too safe. I've got a gap between like the wall and the garage door over there. That's where we enter and that's where we exit. But you can barely see that flag garland I've got put up there.
Yeah.
I'm gonna see if I can make my own treble hooks and have a cord running across to the other wall with flag garland and a no trespassing sign. And to take your no trespassing sign, private property, and sign it and date it. And then take photos of it. Because I will give you an example. I had an elderly neighbor. She had a birthday party at her house. Her family was over, all adult kids. They were in the house and she left the garage door open, and her son came out of the house and went in the garage door to get something, and there's a guy standing in her garage. He pretended like he was mentally handicapped. Thieves do that shit, guys. Yeah. And he walked away. And her son was not street smart. He didn't realize what he was up against. You understand? He should have jumped the guy, should have done something, should have run him away. Don't let him just leave, So with flag garland like that across the entryway,
escort people out.
Yeah, exactly. Strong arm them out, and with the flag garland,
make sure that
that's easy to see.
Yeah.
And if you go through the flag garland and the no trespassing sign, and you get it hung up in the treble hooks, and then I hit you with pepper gel and a shovel handle, then it's on you, not me. It might stand up better for you in court.
Yeah. The idea is to be like, hey, I didn't want to. They escalated it a little bit more. They were gave them warning.
Yeah, exactly. You gave them visible warning that this is private property. And colorful objects. You can't miss it. So when you get taken to court, which you probably will be, you can stand there and you can stand there in front of the judge. And why did you beat this guy senseless with a shovel handle? Well, Your Honor, I did it to protect my property, and here's all of the obstacles I placed in his path. And he went through all those obstacles, and then I beat his brains out with or hit him with a can of this freaking pepper gel. Yeah. Because no matter what you do, if you harm somebody, chances are pretty good you're going to wind up in court about it, and you got to think about that ahead of time. This is for home security shit.
Yeah, for now.
And
right. SHTF, but I kind of where they're still ruled with law.
Daily street crime is more of a threat to you than the collapse of the world.
Yeah,
and that's
more likely to happen. More likely to happen.
Yeah, it did to me over in the last house.
Yeah,
again,
I've heard people getting jumped and stuff like that, and our facility. Yeah. Well, Bob, you know that other story I've told you. So that first time I met you. So. Which I rarely say that story, by the way, Bob. Yes. So, yeah. So, yeah.
Stainless steel safety wire for if you have put that into some of your kit, stainless steel safety wire and a pair of safety wire pliers. It's the best thing to wire shit together. Beats everything else, baling wire, all that. But yeah, right. The guy went through all the obstacles and he's still coming into the building. And now I've got to physically act, and it will look better for you in court that he went through all this stuff.
Yep. 15 minutes later, and it's like, it took him 15 minutes, but he still. So,
because the scumbags out there that have nothing, they'll file a civil suit against you. He assaulted me and now I can't work anymore. Yeah, I assaulted you when you were burglarizing my home.
Yeah, I mean, you went through all of this. I have it recorded. This is what you did. All this stuff. I would, oh, gave you
Yeah,
verbal
exactly,
warnings,
Huga.
all this stuff.
I was afraid for my life. I couldn't let him get past me because my wife's in the house alone. She's only 4'11". I had to stand between this junkie and my tiny wife.
I did it for love, right?
Yeah, I
I
did.
did it for
Yeah,
love, right? I did it
yeah,
because I love my wife
yeah,
and
yeah.
see any harm happening to her.
Right.
Yeah,
I mean,
if you
regardless of the
wouldn't
training,
be afraid,
right?
yeah, I would be worried actually.
Yeah.
If nobody get afraid for your life when things
Well,
happen,
it's not even just for your own life, but for
you
your
are
loved ones, right?
you are totally crazy,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
basically,
For your loved ones.
because everybody would be afraid. But the problem is, don't let that take overhand over you.
Yeah. Don't let panic control you. Don't freeze up. Think through it. Keep breathing. Keep breathing during this. I went through 19 attempted home invasions and one successful one. That's the thing that saved my butt was
Hey, Tammy.
I was
Hi,
armed,
Tammy. I'm Wayne. I see you both.
and I was able to keep breathing and don't panic.
Yes, right.
Because these predatory people, when they see that you're afraid, they're gonna take advantage of that opportunity because they've lived a much more violent life than you have.
Yeah, and they take it as you are weak.
Yes, and they'll
Just
attack.
kind of they sense it.
Yeah. Well, there's two situations to like home invasions and robbery and all that stuff. I mean, if I'm here alone, because of the legal system here, if I'm here alone and they come in the front door, I'm gonna go out the back door and get out of the situation because of the legal system here.
Yeah.
But if my wife is in the house, my son or daughter are in the house, well, I'm going to have to react.
Yeah. Doing it
But
for your family.
Exactly.
You're not even doing it for yourself, right? It's like I'm not acting for my own behalf, but for everyone else I care about inside to make sure nothing will actually happen.
Tammy,
whatever.
Hello, Tammy.
Hi, Tammy.
Yeah.
So it's just like that other story that I talked about when I was at the bar and I just kind of this smoke alarm went off, right? I was more worried about my friends and the people I was hanging out with, right? Mm-hmm. Nothing happened, obviously, but it's just like kind of like just to be sure.
Here we go. This is a perfect example of what I'm talking about. There's more of a danger to your life from normal street crime. Someone in my area
it's more likely.
just now posted on a Neighborhood Watch Facebook page a burglar approaching a house. That they just now posted it while we were sitting here talking. That's what I'm talking about, man. You've got more to be concerned about that stuff than you do about the government and being invaded by the Chinese army.
It's more likely to happen in any given day, right?
Mm-hmm.
The idea is hopefully you take the time to be proactive, kind of make it a hard target, yourself a hard target.
Yeah.
Oh, they got bars, they got cameras, they got mirrors, they got they got bushes in front, and it's just like the entry's too hard. Let's go next door. Okay.
Oh, here we go. There's a comment on that post that just now. Here's this somebody here that says, I'm convinced that anyone who says F around and find out has never been in a physical altercation and is super cringy to say. Yeah, that's the normal mentality. Well, I'll just use my grandpa's shotgun. Well, where is your shotgun? Well, it's upstairs in the safe.
Can I interrupt for a second? Sorry. My battery's really dying here, so if I slip out, you know why. I'm just listening for a moment. Like, I'm down to 1%. That's how low I am. I'll be back.
All right.
Yeah. Well, that shotgun doesn't do anything
Yeah.
if it's in the safe on the upstairs. It
Uh-huh.
doesn't help you a bit.
Yeah, it doesn't
No
help you a
use.
bit.
Well,
Way out.
that's why you gotta buy yourself time so you can go get it, right? Those things
Yeah.
like whatever,
Mhm.
let's just say
Yeah.
cans that make noise or like a horn or whatever that buys you time so you can go get that, or so you can escalate your defenses if you have to, right? Be like, oh, you
Yeah.
know,
Those
they didn't
those
run away
drive
from the noise.
those
It kept
driveway
coming.
alarms are one of the handiest things in the world. I swear by them. Driveway alarms. You can get them on Amazon. They'll give you a heads up that somebody's just entered your property. They'll warn you even if you're not near your cameras and watching.
Okay.
Yeah, those are some of the handiest things you can get, man.
There are an alarm system.
Mhm.
You have a sensor there and one sensor there and one here.
Yeah.
And when you go through,
Mhm.
the alarm goes off.
Mhm.
And when you pass that, it's silence.
Yep.
Those are pretty good too.
Mine, I've got two of the ones that I have play a song by Beethoven.
Okay.
That is so cool, Bob.
Yeah, yeah. They can make chimes, or I chose it to play part of a song.
Yeah.
Doodle 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 doodle. You know that
Well, that's
song,
cool.
so that you know.
I want that as my ringtone now.
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, my wife gets frustrated with those things because sometimes if it's high winds, it moves the detector and it'll start
Yeah.
chiming. She said,
Oh,
"Oh, it drives me crazy." Blah blah blah
oh,
blah
the
blah. And I
false
said,
starts or
"Hon,
false alarms of it, right?
quit." Yeah, false
Just
alarm.
like
I said,
dogs, like I don't see
"Yeah,
anyone. What are they talking about, right?
yeah.
Or you
Don't think
know,
about the noise is hurting your ears. For God's sakes, put your head in the window and look around. That means something's moving outside the house. You know." Well,
yeah.
I did, but still, it's piercing my ears.
Well, it's just like some people, some people can't handle smoke alarms, right? It's just like, let's say I've had a smoke alarm that I actually had to hear for like 15 minutes straight. Like,
Yeah.
so you got to get used to that. Hopefully you can, right? Those kind of noises they don't bug me. I can, but I
Yeah.
do realize that someone or something caused it.
Yeah, that was perfect timing for this notification. It came up. Somebody's security camera snapped a guy prowling around. It did that perfect timing, man. Perfect timing.
Oh, you know what? One thing I also do, Bob, is
Uh-huh.
depending on what's going on and something like that, I'll actually like sprinkle snow in certain places so that's fresh, like on the top that hasn't been stepped on.
Yeah.
So if it's been gone over, I know, and then I know
Mhm.
it's not for me, which means someone stepped here. That's not me. Or
Yep.
you know what I mean? Like kind of as an indication, it's just like
Low tech.
yeah,
Low
it's low
tech.
tech too, right? I could
Mm-hmm.
like let's just
Mm-hmm.
say like in your own backyard or whatever. If I had that option, it'd be like right along the perimeter, right? So they actually have to jump like 5 feet into like packed snow versus this little pack that just looks like it just fell, right? So that way they can't. Oh, someone actually stepped here. Someone climbed the fence. I can tell now. So that way you get more intel, and they leave a track or a trail.
Mm-hmm. You know that you're being someone scouting
Yeah,
around,
someone's.
and you know the direction that they've been. Yeah.
Yeah, right. Because I've told people about that too. It's just like there's certain little spots where I'll just leave a trail,
Yeah.
like where I haven't broken the trail. Fresh snow, right? So it's just kind of if it breaks, then I'll be like, well, because you can see the rabbit tracks and other stuff in the snow, anyways, right? I was kind of thinking about that because it gives you away. It
Mm-hmm.
gives someone away, right? Or an object away, or an animal away, right? It's in the neighborhood or whatever in your area, so yeah.
Yeah, my thing, I'll try to make my own treble hooks, fish hooks. And just as an example, you can get these little brass bells off of Amazon, or you can get big crodal bells.
Or you can find one like me.
And a treble hook sinks into the guy's pants with a piece of cord tied to one of these things. Now he's hung up and he's making noise now with bells. You know,
Yeah, and dragging that behind.
Low tech shit.
Yeah, and kind of dragging it behind, which means slow. It reduces their mobility.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that dude was in Jingle Bells.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, right. So it's more and more noticeable.
Now he's going to be more interested in getting out of the area. I hope. You know, just little shit like that. Just sharing thoughts.
Where does glitter come from? I don't know.
Yeah.
Wink, wink. We won't go for that, but we all know what that means.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so it's kind of thing, right?
Yeah, hear all those bells ring. That damn Santa Claus, he's trying to break in again. Damn that guy.
Because it gives you away.
That damn guy comes down the chimney and breaks into my house every year, right around the same time every year. That's something. Right. Yeah. There's no batteries required with bells and stuff like that.
Yeah. I always have this balance or hybrid approach. I would just have both. So it's just like, okay, hopefully one of them works or the combination of them both work.
Yep.
For whatever it is. You know, I kind of have the low tech and the high tech, right? It's like, cameras, whatever, infrared, but I have low tech like bells and mirrors, for example, and where I can see around corners where they can't necessarily notice where I am, or they don't know I'm looking at them right now.
I've got low tech stuff out in my yard right now. I trimmed some rhododendron bushes, and the tops of a rhododendron bush look like elk horns, and I tied some rags on those, very colorful rags, so they can be seen, and I put those out in the corners of my fence.
Oh, okay.
Okay, Jimmy Dirtbag wants to climb on the corner so he can put his hand on the post and shimmy up and over, and he lands on top of those rhododendron tops. Well, that's you know what I mean, and low tech shit like that. He might look over the fence and go, "What the hell is that?"
Well, it slows them down. They have to replant it or do something about it, right?
Yeah,
they're always trying to slow them down and increase how much time you have to work with.
Yeah, reaction time. Yeah,
because
or maybe they'll go, "Look, this guy's got cameras. He's got all this stuff in the corners of his fence. I'm going to go to the neighbor's
they're going to plan
house."
this out too, right? To a certain degree.
I'm going to go to the
everything's
neighbor's
always on a whim, but sometimes it is planned out, so they're going to come up with a plan too, probably too.
Yeah.
So that's why you need a plan and something to work with too.
Mm-hmm.
Well, because you always hear robberies always take like, oh, they were in and out so fast, right? Well, because they planned it out, so which means you need to plan it out and anti-strategy against them, whatever it is, right?
And they're experienced and you're not.
Yeah, so you gotta slow them down and hopefully, hopefully.
Leonard, I hope you're doing well there. Good to see you back here again.
Mm-hmm.
I was thinking about, you use this normally for fishing on the winter time. It is tip fishing. You bend your fishing line.
The flag, right? Where it just comes up.
Yeah, and when you have a fish on it,
a bell and a flag, right? Yeah, so you can notice it.
But you can have a glance shoot on them as well, so it gives a bang.
That could be like a mouse
take the bait.
Just kind of.
So I was thinking if you could use that with a glance shoot, and put a wire.
Bang.
Yeah. because you can get those tip fishing here in Sweden, and they sell them. You can get those glance shoot with them. So
Yeah, my thing that I'm going to be looking into is hooks that will hook into their pants with maybe a crotal bell, a big one,
yeah,
Okay. Tied to a couple of those obstacles because I've got some blind spots around my place. So now it's hooked into his pants. Now he's making all kinds of noise. So you can hear when if he's still over there or if he's bounced back over the fence and he's gone. You know what I mean? Yeah, it sounds crazy, but you look at it this way. If I look over my neighbor's fences, they've got no cameras. They've got nothing, absolutely nothing. And you
Well,
look
as
over
far as you know, right? But
my
yeah.
fence, right? If you look over my fence, I've got cameras, audio alarms, tree branches, etc. I'm not going to go into this guy's backyard and steal his shit. I'm going to go to these guys because they've got nothing. So
Yeah. And maybe you make it look like, hey, it's all looks so horrible on the outside, but the inside looks great, right? But they can't see it, right? It's just like, oh yeah, let's go over here. It looks nicer over here. It's less protected.
yeah, it's just
The path of least resistance.
because I still say you've got more to be worried about normal street crime than anything else.
It's more likely to happen to a person.
Yeah.
A date in the day to day, right?
In a day to day. Yep.
Yeah, right. In a given year and stuff like that. So, and the thing is, stuff like burglaries and stuff like that do happen to most people once in their lifetime, or a close call, or they know a family member or a friend that's gone through it and stuff like that. So yeah, it's probably more common than, yeah.
Yeah. I'll see how much crotal bells cost on Amazon. How much they cost.
I'm going for a bathroom break. I'll be back.
Okay.
Huh. I'm actually surprised it only took him like 3.5 hours. Usually he's like already gone in a 2-hour mark.
Let's see. Big sleigh bells, maybe I'll put in. I know that they're called crotal bells, but it's big sleigh bells.
You know what I was also thinking, and that reminds me of sleigh bells and all this other stuff. Actually, making it look like there's physical appearance of like people there using it and stuff like that. It's not been left alone.
Yeah,
they're not on vacation. I know. I always think of Home Alone. I'm sorry. It's always that train scene where with the cardboard cutouts and stuff like that, make it look more like it's a lot of people partying and all that stuff, right?
Yeah.
Kind of deal, and making it like, oh, it's not work. Let's come back tomorrow.
Well, that's like an example of that is I've got a lamp with a motion sensor in it, and it's set on the floor.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So that like if you have a cat that wanders around at night and the lights come on and off, you might be in bed asleep, but your cat or your dog is wandering around the house doing what they normally do, and these lights randomly come on and off. That's something right there.
And it's random, right? Because and it's random because sometimes people case a place first, right? They don't.
Sure, they do.
They case it. They do information, right? They get their own intel, right? Just like how we're doing our own intel. Honestly, other people do their own intel too. So
sure they do. People case your house out. A lot of times they do. They'll just sit down the block and watch.
It won't just be a random thing, especially if it's like well prepared, right? So
one of the things you can do to help yourself is look at interviews with a thief. Because
that's what I was saying, right? Sometimes the best way is to learn from people that actually have tried it. Yeah, or have tried it. Yeah. Here's the next thief thing to all those other stuff, right? It's just like the sliding doors, putting a piece of wood in there so it's hard to slide from the outside, right?
Yeah.
And stuff like that. So it forces them to break it then and make noise. Not just sneak in. Right? Because a lot of times it's like that. You forget the closed door or whatever, they sneak in. they take advantage of that. Somehow they just know, right?
Mm.
You know, the timing. It's like, of all the times I forgot to lock the door, right?
Yeah, Huga, that's how my wife knows when I come to bed. Is that our bedroom door squeaks, and it's got a locking knob on it. You know. So,
Yeah.
yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I got more supplies on the way. Some Kevlar thread. What I'm planning on doing with this area here, like I was mentioning earlier, the entrance to the garage over there, that open spot. So I'd like to sit here at nighttime during the summer and have the door open so I can watch my cars and watch the neighborhood, do projects sitting because I'm facing the door. And you know, some of those flag garland and some treble hooks with Kevlar thread mixed in with it, and you know, that'll be a project coming up. I'll put on YouTube is make your own hooks, your own treble hooks.
You know, you know, this is why I never chose a door that had like big windows, those big French door windows and stuff like that.
Yeah, you don't want that.
I've seen people with that, right? And just like, you know, and the other thing is they're not very protective against like cold itself, right? Because so
that's
they just seem like an easy target, right? It's just like because you know breaking a rock through a window is probably gonna be one of those things.
Yeah,
you know? I'm not gonna go for the door. I'll just go for the window.
That's one of the things. I'll see if I can find a video and post it up in the chat of one of the interviews with a thief, and that's one of the places that he chooses because he can walk up to the front of your house and look inside your house to see if you're home.
Kind of deal, right? And just kind of, and remember, like, let's say I have a binoculars in my bag too, right? It's like I'm assuming just like in the movies, they got like optics to use too, right? You know, they could be just out of sight, out of your sight range, but you know they can see it with binoculars. So they'd be like, yeah. I don't think anyone's there now. Let's go.
Because that's one thing that they'll look for is see if there's movement in your house or not. If there's somebody,
activities, right?
Most of those thieves will not.
You know? Yeah, let's just say right now it'd be like, is there mail? Did they shovel the snow? Right. This is why your neighbors would ask you, "Can you shovel my snow?" Sure, okay. I'm gonna be gone for a couple of days for the weekend. It's supposed to snow or whatever. Can you grab the mail or whatever? Or you ask relatives to grab your mail, right? Because that's the number one thing. Because as soon as the mailbox is filling up, no one's here.
Yeah.
No one's here, right? Even if they got security or whatever, right? No one's physically there.
Here is a very good video for anyone to watch. I posted in the side chat right there. This guy was an experienced thief for 30 years, and he's giving an interview with law enforcement. He tells you everything he looks for. Everything, you know. And he still said, no matter what kind of security system you got, blah, 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 blah. If he sees a neighborhood that has alert neighbors, like Crime Watch neighborhood, he leaves. He's not even going to go down that road, that area. He's not even going to go there, you know. But yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that. Those transparent doors. That's one thing that he would look for.
Yeah.
Because he can look inside your house, you know. He also recommends if you want to leave a light on, if you're not home, put the light in the middle of your house, not in the front room. Because say if you are home and you're moving around, that's one thing that they're looking for is movement. Movement means people. So he wouldn't even bother breaking into that house at all, you know. But yeah, that's one of my projects will be securing that opening for the summertime in the garage door.
I keep forgetting, can I interrupt for a second? I just remembered something, but has been going on, and I've read about the markings. You gotta look out for that stuff. Specifically, markings to indicate certain places. Like, let's just say it right now. You know what I mean, Bob?
What markings? What kind of?
Yeah, like specific markings on like to indicate the viability of this place to other people, other thieves, for example. Let's say. as in, oh, this place is an easy target, this place is a hard target, right? Kind of deal.
Yeah, that's what this really. I really strongly recommend you guys watch that video of that interview with that thief, and he'll tell you exactly what he looked for before he would even knock on the door, because or what he said quite frequently, what he would do was knock on the door to see if you're home, and if you're not home, he'd go around the back of your house, climb the fence, and kick in your back door and come right in. Large sleigh bells. Yeah, if you don't want to go for sleigh bells, you could also go for a tin can with rocks in it.
Yeah, that works too.
Yes, it does. Yeah, that's what you hang up on your concertina wire outside of your perimeter.
Yeah.
Indicates that someone is messing around, Well, here's a 6-pack of large jingle bells for $15 on Amazon.
That was good price.
Mm-hmm. Six of them. Let's see how big they are. Gold and Christmas 6-pack. 2.75 inches. That's like almost a 3-inch diameter bell. Bang, 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 bang. Yeah. I constantly work on stuff. I got a string of lights, this 50-foot long cord of lights for the backyard, and I unpackaged them yesterday and unspooled it, which was a bitch because that wire is really stiff when it's brand new. And I kind of strung it around the yard to see how much light that stuff puts off. And I found that if I hang it about 8 feet in the air, that lights up really well, and that's a deterrent to an extent,
Yeah.
Because Mrs. and my son both said, damn, somebody could be in the backyard and we wouldn't know it. It's so dark back there, So that's the kind of stuff I keep myself busy with is.
Yeah, like floodlights, solar floodlights, so you can actually see, when you look outside, it's not dark. You can actually see shadows and all that stuff. So it's hard for them to hide in the shadows.
Yep. I've got another motion sensor light that plugs into the wall. It'll be here today. Like I said, another one that I'm going to, when I have the garage door open, I'll have it facing that opening right over there where a person could come in, that opening right there. I'll have it on the floor pointing at that opening. So while I'm sitting here, doing whatever I'm doing, if that ticks on, it's like, oh, something's out there, something's moving.
Yeah, time to investigate. We'll check on the camera, see what's making that.
Mm-hmm. Yep, or reach for a weapon or escape or whatever. But that means heads up. Well, shit.
Yeah, the awareness level to alert you, to give you time to kind of.
Yeah. Wife will probably ask me, why'd you order another one? How many do you need? Well, this one's going to be out here in the garage in the summertime when I have the door open while I'm grinding on making my own fish hooks.
Yeah. ATJH Paranormal, welcome, my friend. Good to see you, brother.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you got a paranormal channel? Cool. I like that stuff.
Yeah.
Oh,
yes, a lot of good videos.
Really? I want to check out your channel, Paranormal. Cool. Let's see. Let's check out your channel, there, Paranormal Guy. That stuff interests me. I like to scare myself in the middle of the night when I'm down here all by myself.
Yes,
okay, Bob.
There's videos are really
more creepy.
creepy.
Okay. These are your own videos, Paranormal, that you've. Oh, wow.
Yeah, it is.
Right on, man. Right on. I love this kind of stuff. Disembodied. Oh, I dig that shit. That's the motion detector. Ding dong. Oh, dude, yeah, I just got connected with your channel, or Mr. Paranormal, because I love the authentic stuff that's not put out by a TV channel. You know, there's so many of those other paranormal things are sponsored by, A&E or National Geographic. I love the average guys who do that stuff. Dude, glad to find you here. I'm gonna watch some of your.
You guys hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
All right, I just put on my headset. That's why I had to charge it back up.
Oh, hell yeah. I love this kind of stuff. All right, guys, I'm going to get a coffee. I'll be right back.
All right.
Yeah, do get some coffee.
I'll just keep an eye out while you're gone, Bob. So, Shadow,
Yeah.
I was just thinking about that apartment thing, and it's just like, I don't live in one. I know friends and stuff that have lived in one and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So, you know. I always tell them, and specifically like my one friend who lived in this one area, it's just like this downstairs staircase that led to a back door, right? And you had to open another door to get to the front door, right? So I always say, always take a look, man.
The problem
Always
here is we don't have a back door in this building.
Oh, well, what I always said to him is like, when you take off in the back door, always make sure no one's just right outside, trying to like get into the building unnecessarily or whatever, right? Always take a look, spatial awareness, right?
Yeah.
Because it was always dark back there, not lit that well, right? So compared to the front area, which is lit really, really well, lots of cameras, right? So because cameras have blind spots too, right?
Yeah.
They can get covered with snow or whatever, right? So
exactly.
And then that's another thing too. Cameras can get covered with snow, ice, freezing rain, and stuff like that, right? So you gotta maintain those too.
Yeah, and that is a lot of work, especially if it's snowing a lot.
Yeah, so those are things you have to maintain too. It's not just maintaining them. I had one before that with a hard drive and stuff like that. Well, something happened to the hard drive on that. So, but yeah, like I know people have those front door security cameras or whatever, right? But how much can you see from that, right? Is there blind spots? Is there or whatever, right? And remember, I mean, like, if someone knows where it is, they could just easily be like, they'll just cover their face until they come up to it and just kind of put a jacket or whatever over it to cover it, right? They'll just cover it right away. Right? Then that's where having, like you said about looking outside a window, if you could, right, to still see it. And be like, why is this person trying to cover our camera here too? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not just like, yeah, so. Because a lot of people know that people have front door cameras, like doorbell cameras, right? So it's just like, well,
yeah, I know.
If I cover it, then now they can't see it, right? You're only as good as what you can see or hear.
Yeah, I have seen people have those electronic locks.
Okay.
But when you ring on the doorbell, they have a little camera.
Yeah.
So when you ring on the doorbell, it goes to their cell phone, and they can see on that camera, and that way. But but I see some drawbacks with that,
Well, like I
especially when
said, you can if you
it's freezing
cover it.
cold.
Yeah. Well, I see a drawback in terms of it's just by sight, right, or hearing. It can be
Yeah,
covered. It can be
and
muffled,
that
right?
is, and the other problem is you don't see the face. You only see maybe the hand or the
Yeah.
arm.
Yeah, when
You
you look at the
don't.
camera, see how much you can actually see, right? And compare it to like being out there, right? And being like,
So, so
oh,
if the
if I
doorbell,
go around this one corner, they can't no, I can't see anyone, right? Or they could just
so
come up with their back and just kind of cover it real quick and be
exactly,
like, right? And you know, and because once it's covered, you lose sight, and
Well,
then he's like, okay, come on, guys, I covered the
it
camera, let's go.
I just got a notification on my security system that a person was seen on my garage camera. Now
Hmm.
I've got cameras. Um, okay, I've got a doorbell camera, and I've also got another camera pointed at that. And I fix my cameras to be pointed so I can see the motion sensor lights. So the lights trip first, and I see that. Then
Okay,
pass.
visual
Okay,
indicator.
yeah, I can track exactly where someone is on my property because the next thing to trip is the driveway alarms. You
Yeah.
know,
Okay, so they're coming
motion
out the
sensors,
driveway.
and then I get a notification from my cameras, and then the driveway alarms. That means, oh shit, he's on his way in. You understand?
yeah,
Yeah.
You got
Especially if you
to,
got a confirmation of that it's an actual person, not just
yeah.
some rabbit, right? It's like,
Hmm.
oh no, it's just a rabbit this time. But no, I actually see someone this time. Oh, you take it a little bit more seriously,
Yeah. Oh, definitely.
right? Well, I'm just thinking about the trail cams, right? A lot of the people, homesteaders have trail cams and amongst other things, right? So you see the wildlife that comes in. Well, the wildlife could be people, right?
Yeah, I just ordered 6 of those large sleigh bells. 6 of them.
yeah,
Mm.
I just now ordered them. They'll be here soon. But I'm getting my method of as I get the materials together to assemble something and then assemble it and install it. I'm methodical that way.
yeah,
But yeah, but
Heads up.
I'm not just paranoid, but I'm experienced. I've been through some shit. So
Yeah, I've heard
yeah,
stuff.
mhm,
I have my own experiences too, so
mhm. Yeah,
probably
we
not as
both.
much as you, Bob, but
Mhm, yeah,
I do hear these things from other people too. So it's
mhm.
just like, oh, that could have been me easily at that time.
Yeah, yep, yep. I
You know,
think one of the things is wrong with this area is the mass amount of drug abusers in this area. Like
yeah.
I probably
Well,
mentioned before
I
that
was thinking,
my
yeah,
wife had to use her 9mm to save her own life in her work parking lot 3 times. She had to use her 3 times, guys, just because of outside of one of the places she works is a tent city. And these
yeah.
people are looking for little tiny Asian lady walking alone in the middle of the night in a parking lot. Well, guess what?
in the dark.
Surprise, bitch.
Well, see, that's
Yeah,
why. See, that's why I don't believe in like strobe lights in terms of being for outside use, anyways. Inside, that's one thing. You know what I mean?
For what?
Well, I was just thinking, like, in terms of like strobe lights or whatever. Some people can actually just walk right through that. It doesn't affect them so much, right?
Yeah.
So don't go things, right? So those are deterrents, right? They're not a
Yeah.
guarantee.
Mhm.
But inside, that would be more likely to be used.
Yeah, I've got 2 openings I've got to secure just in I'm going to go back to the topic of my garage here. I've got 2 openings that I've got to secure before the summertime gets here. Because April is D-Day in this area. That's when all the addicted people come back to Seattle because it's warmer now. and I'm going to get this stuff all set up in sequences. But thank you, Tammy. Those bells, yeah. Well, I get inspiration by talking to other like-minded kind of people. But thank you guys for helping me come up with ideas. Yeah.
Yeah, you're very welcome.
Anytime, Bob. Anytime.
Yeah.
I mean, I take notes from you too. I'm just saying.
Have high-tech stuff, low-tech stuff, you know.
Yeah, you want options, right? I'm like,
Mhm.
we have this technology too, right? I'm not
Yeah.
just don't. It's not the only thing, right? I have low tech and high tech. No power, less power, more power, no power.
Yeah.
Options, right? So
The
I can
low-tech
dip
stuff.
into.
The low-tech stuff, you don't have to worry about changing the batteries. Boom, boom,
Yeah, I mean, you might still have to
Exactly.
maintain it or deploy it, but I mean,
Mhm.
there's benefits to it too. So
Yeah.
and like I said about mirrors, right? I mean, that's pretty low tech. Mirrors are low tech, or like let's say if they're already inside, don't just turn on all the lights, right? You know your home better than people
Anybody?
apparently,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Right. So they don't know. They might not know that there's stairs right here, or there's
Yeah.
a
But
door
you do.
or whatever. Right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, but you do,
Yeah.
right? So
Hmm.
these spots, right? So you make it harder for them to even navigate inside, reduce their kind of mobility again, right?
Yeah. That's why uh, I'm.
Because if they gotta turn on the flashlight and you're sitting in the dark, now you can see them because it's like, oh, there's a light source. I can hear them too.
Yeah. And
You
you're
know.
so much during any real emergency. You're so much safer inside of your home. Um,
Mhm.
bugging
Generally
out is
speaking, generally speaking.
bugging out is the last thing you want to do, man. I mean, just period. You know, it's
Mm.
the very last thing you want to do. I've got a kit set up. It's a gym bag that looks like it belongs to a homeless bum,
Oh yeah, that one. I remember that one now.
and a vest with
You
some.
kind of you kind of made it used more.
Mm-hmm. And a vest that's got my wife and mine's medication and a few essentials in it.
Mm.
And the only way we would leave this house if something really happened is just get out at a short distance. And I handmade a camouflage netting so that me and the family can go to like a commercial property and get in the bushes and put that around us and hang out and wait. You know,
Mhm.
as far as grabbing a rucksack and heading to the woods, no, that's not from somebody my age. No, no. But I think the only way we would leave here is if there was a big fire or something like that. There, like there was in 2020, they lit everything on fire around this state. And the
Yeah, there's
news
certain
didn't even.
things you can't plug in for, and there's certain things that's
Mhm.
just like it'll force you out. It could be water,
Yeah,
like flooding, or fire, right? I think
yeah,
those
that
are
too.
probably the two most more
That's the two
two
most
common
common
things.
ones. You bet.
Yeah,
You bet. You're
because everything
absolutely
else
right.
you probably shelter in place.
Yeah, shelter in place is you're safer
Like
there.
like a storm or something like that, you probably shelter in place. But water, flooding, fire, yeah, they'll force you
Hmm.
out because
Yeah, it'll force you out. Yeah.
because you don't have that shelter component anymore. You're kind of vulnerable.
Yeah.
That's always a big fan of having both options available, multiple plans, multiple options, right?
Yeah.
Whatever works best at that situation.
But
Because the more options you have, then you could choose. Be like, okay, we got plan A
correct.
and B. Okay, which one's better in this case now?
Yep. And yeah, it just takes time, you know, to have a little something set aside for quite a few situations. I mean, the only way that I would just flat out run from here and not come back is if Mount Rainier explodes. And we've got to go. We've got to go now because you're not going to
Yeah,
survive it, you know.
yeah,
So, or if there's a forest fire, but would
yeah.
still be in the area, and you know, If Mount Rainier blows up, oh baby, you better run for your life because you're a goner.
I mean, I was funny. I was watching clips on that movie Dante's Peak, and I just like remembering. I'm like, oh yeah, that's probably the time. Yeah, you don't have to bug out. You don't have to evacuate out. There's not much to say about that.
Hey, Eric Wildman, good to see you.
Hey,
brother.
what's up, Bard? How's it going?
Here we go. I'm gonna practice at making my own treble hooks right now.
It wouldn't be flooding.
Yeah,
I live on a higher area, altitude technically. But yeah, it would probably be fire.
Yeah, I remember when the radicals lit the Seattle area on fire in 2020. I was home alone with my daughter, and I kept real close eye on the situation. And all my stuff's already ready to go. If we had to, I would have grabbed her and threw it in the car and take off, just get out. That'd be one of the damn few ways I would ever leave the house. Because you're safer inside your house than you are anywhere else.
Yeah, until you can't protect it anymore.
Yeah, then just leave it behind.
Or it's too dangerous to protect anymore, right? You can't maintain that anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So, hence the plan B.
Yeah.
Well, even because castles in the past have had underground tunnels to make an exit out, right? It's just kind of last ditch kind of deal. I don't know how common that was. I really should look up on that, if that was really common, or is that a thing that the movies just made up a lot?
Probably the movies.
Were there always tunnels underneath side?
Well, you can
always hear about it, see it in movies, but it's like, is that real though?
You
can actually have exits like that? Or they make it hand like that?
You can bet though that those tunnels were only meant for the royalty, not for the common.
Yeah, oh yeah, of course, right. Of course, right. Of course, right. They would. But if you think about it, that's a bug out. You're bugging out. You have you're sheltering in place in your castle, right? But you have a bug out plan ready kind of deal, right? There's this underground passage in the back, right? In the throne room or whatever, right? It's just like.
Mm-hmm. Making something like this and then sharpen a bevel on the end of it. And then you got, who's this coming up to my front door now that we're speaking? Who's this guy? I don't know you.
Spatial awareness.
Uh-huh. My eyes are on him right now.
Yeah.
I don't know who you are, dude. Don't do anything foolish. Smile, you're on camera. He's not a delivery driver.
And that's just someone walking by, so to speak.
No, he's at the front door right now. I'm watching him right now. Oh, he left a business card. Well,
that could be a ploy too, right? It's just like to cover their butt, right? Kind of if I have business cards, not with my name on it, just so I can just. It's like scoping the place, right? Kind of scoping. You don't know that for sure, but I'm just saying. It could be someone just scoping out the place and just kind of hiding their track. It's like
he's leaving.
It could be someone legit.
Now he's leaving, and I don't see his car anywhere on the block. I've never seen this guy before.
Yeah, it could be legit, but then again, it could just be a ploy.
But also, as he approached, he saw that he's on 2 cameras.
Yeah.
So
it's not like they just waved at the camera. It's like, real friendly.
He put his business card behind my ring bell camera.
Oh yeah.
He hung it up, and as he turned his face and he looked right at another camera that's at eye level. He won't be back.
Noticeable.
He won't be back. If that's guy, if
I don't know how well noticeable these are. If it's very noticeable, maybe.
Yeah, it's noticeable. I want my camera.
Oh, okay. Because if it's that noticeable, like if you were legit, you'd be like, "Yeah, I know. I see your camera."
Yeah, I'll be right back.
Dropping off a business card versus.
Be right back.
I'll just pretend I'm putting down this business card. because they could be scoping out the place, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, right. You don't know that for sure. I mean, you can't assume either one, but I always assume it's one of them, right? Until I for sure know. Let's make sure, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because people can drop off stuff all the time, right? And I get that, right? But then it's just like, usually it's just kind of like, no one's here, okay, I'll just leave a business card and go. So, you know, I'm assuming they have their own disguises, so to speak, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Right? They're trying to, well, because I'm always assuming they're trying to be stealthy to a certain degree, right? Low key, not draw attention to anything, right? Especially if someone's having midday, in the middle of the day, right? Not at the cover of darkness.
Exactly.
Right? Because I see things too, right? So,
Indeed.
indeed, you use that word a lot.
Yeah.
Indeed. Yeah.
Okay, he left a business card. I won't show it, but
Yeah.
No. Well,
let me Google this. Let me Google this.
yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of see
The nice
how legit
thing
it
with
is.
business cards is it contains a lot of information, so you can check it. So one check if it's legit or not.
Right.
It doesn't even matter if it's legit. It could. What happens if it's someone that just grabs a whole bunch of business cards from someone?
Exactly.
Or you have no idea until you start checking it, right? Like,
yeah, he could have just picked
why
these
is this
up.
real estate agents thing? All right, all these real estate cards. I'm not
Yeah.
even planning for that. I don't have a for sale sign on
But
my
you need
lawn.
to check it up.
That's what I'm doing right now, seeing if this might just because I can see my neighbor's house, and he did not go to my neighbor's house. He just came here, and I cannot see his car, and he's wearing a hoodie.
Mm.
You get it?
Okay.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
That's odd.
Yeah.
Is it warm outside or is it cold?
No, it's cold.
Hoodie doesn't necessarily mean.
No, let me here. Heating repair contractor.
Mm.
I did not call any heating repair contractor. Okay, that is a local company. I was anticipating perhaps lawn care service because this would be a good time to advertise for lawn care because spring is coming up. Okay. Yeah,
But
it's
like
local.
I said, anyone can just grab a whole bunch of business cards from the same company, right?
Yeah,
so
yeah, exactly.
That doesn't guarantee anything.
Does that make sense to you guys? A guy on foot who I can see my neighbor's house. He did not go to the neighbor's house. I do not see his car. He's wearing a hoodie, and this is a heating contractor's business card.
Kind of late in the season, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you go into the company's website, they probably have pictures of the employees, so you can.
It's a good idea. I'll go do that.
Yeah, here in Sweden, some businesses has their employees photos on who works for the company, so you can see nice, beautiful pictures of every employee they have.
Yeah, here's their website.
You know, I was just remembering something like in convenience stores. You know how they had these measurement counters right by the door. So if someone's trying to steal something, they have a height measurement. Yeah. So they have a reference point, right? So let's say a garage or something like that, right? So you have reference points. So, hey, this person's 6 feet. Because I have markers on the side that I can tell, right? It doesn't say 6 feet or whatever. It's just markers. 6,
this
5,
doesn't
4,
add
whatever.
up. This doesn't add up. You know.
Yeah, it doesn't seem legit.
Let me go ahead and go to my. I'll show you. Now he's been recorded on 2 different cameras from both directions. I'll show you my ring camera here. I could have talked to him right here, but I don't want to converse with him. I don't know who he is, you know.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and. Okay, we'll go to full history today. Doorbell, unfamiliar face. Oh, come on. Quit goofing around here. Well, there's a dude right there.
Okay.
That's a dude.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and click.
Well, I guess I can notice what kind of hoodie he's wearing. That was pretty obvious.
Yeah, he's wearing.
That looked like a swoosh.
Okay.
That's a Nike shirt.
Yeah, so that's pretty.
He's not wearing a uniform from his job,
which he should.
Yeah. If he's legit, he would be. You would think. Okay, here we go. Let's see if it'll continue playing. It keeps wanting to freeze up.
Yeah.
It freezes up right there every time. I don't know why, but it's being kind of a biatch. But as he turns his head around, you can see another camera pointing. Come on, quit buffering, damn it. Ugh. Yeah, once I want to show the system off, it's being a pain in the butt. Now I know for a fact my wife didn't call anybody. No, he's going to freeze there for just a second. It's still playing. Yeah, right behind his head is another camera pointed at the other side of his body.
Yeah.
Heating and mechanical service. Now, we didn't call for anything like this. No estimates, no nothing. And why did he only come to my house?
Yeah, that's odd. He should go to the neighbor and every house on the street.
Every house on the street, yeah. It's not, though.
Yeah.
Why he chooses yours? That doesn't make any sense.
No, sir, it does not. And that's one of the reasons
and,
why
another thing
I'm always on.
Bob,
what?
If they've seen you come inside, right? They know, they might know exactly who you look like. You know what I mean? If they're trying to scope it out, right?
That could be. Damn.
You might have actually seen this person before.
I've never seen him before.
No, but they might have seen you before, right? You kind of like,
Perhaps.
Right. They saw you leaving the driveway or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Like, I know you don't go out that much, but you do go somewhere, so.
Maybe.
They might have seen you leave the driveway. Because it's kind of just outside, right? And just like, just outside your point of view, right? Because they could be several blocks away and just the doctors and be like, oh, yeah, I could. There's that.
Why is it, God damn it, when I want to show this, it's buffering? Normally, it won't buffer. It'll just sit there and record and go again and again. Okay, but God damn it. Yeah, figures. Sorry for getting pissed off, but it's just fucking frustrating,
Yeah, no, we understand. Exactly.
Yeah, I can. Let's see if we got him on another camera, maybe. That's one of the handy things about having security system is it. Okay.
So, Bob, I was just curious, like a general height?
A 5'9".
Okay. Hey, that stuff is useful, right? I mean,
yeah.
Because you have more intel to go with. If it's a repeating person, it's like, oh, this looks like the same person, and similar height too, and are they casing out the joint kind of deal, or casing out your place?
Let's see if this. I'm sure this camera. Yeah, there we go. This is a better camera. Nest camera. All right, now don't buffer while I'm trying to show this off. Okay, come on. There we go. That's another one of my cameras got in there too.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's it's not,
If you notice, he walked away, and there's no car out there at all. No business.
I see.
Well,
You would.
if he had a business car, he should drive up all the
Yeah.
way up and
Uh-huh.
stay park behind your car.
Yep. Now he's going down the street, and he went right past my neighbor's house. He didn't go to the neighbor's house. He only came here. Here, I'll show you that in a sec. Okay, there's my car. Now watch,
Yeah.
he goes behind my car, and right next to my car is the neighbor's driveway, and he did not go up their driveway. If you can see it, he walked right past the neighbor's house. WTF, dude.
Yeah, but most people are kind of handing out stuff. Usually, go door to door.
Door to door.
They're trying to get the numbers right.
So he
Not
didn't go
specifically to a house.
He did not go to the neighbors on this side of my house, and he did not go to the neighbors on that side of my house.
Mm.
That goes right back to my old thing, guys. Like I keep talking about, you got more to worry about from normal street crime than you do anything else. You know.
Yeah, it's more likely to happen in a given day to a given person.
Yep. And we're going to keep this.
Not saying that other
card.
things couldn't happen, but these are more likely to happen to any one of us.
I think the business card is legit, but
it's not his.
Yeah, exactly. Like I said, I could just grab business cards, handful from a place, and do that, right? So that doesn't prove anything.
It's a good business card. It's a legit business card, but it's got his thumbprint on it. So if I come home and my door is kicked in, officer, can you take this? You know,
I know, right? More information, right?
More
information.
If they would even do it, you know, you can
get his
fingerprint on this, you know, and there's his video, and there's another video of him. Normal street crime is more of a threat to you than anything else, guys.
Well, that's what I said about like the footsteps, right, Bob? Like, so I'd be like, well, these all look like the same footsteps, kind of deal, right? It's just like that kind of same shoe, kind of deal, right? It's not for me. My feet aren't that big or small or whatever, and it's like it's not my wife's. Someone's actually physically climbing the fence or whatever, right?
Law enforcement is so overwhelmed, but most breaking and entries, they just say call.
Yeah, right. I mean.
Now, if someone was raped or murdered, then they'll investigate.
Yeah, it's more escalated, right? Mm-hmm. So you still have to be your own person in doing it first. Make it a hard target, right? Do your own kind of prevention.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He didn't go to either one of the neighbors on either side.
So.
No, dude, no. And you're a mechanical air conditioning and heating contractor. Fuck, you know.
Like I've seen people they park down the street, but they're going like door to door along the street. That's different. That could be a different thing. Like, but that doesn't even look like that. So, yeah, that'd be kind of iffy.
Yeah.
Because the way that this all is pointing out, right? It's not just a hoodie. It's not just that when you go into your house. It's just all of it together, right? It's just like,
Watch this video again from the Nest camera. Now he's walking right past my neighbor's house on the other side of me. He only came to my house. Yeah, he's back on the sidewalk. He's going down the street. Yeah. WTF, man.
Yeah. And that'd be kind of on your radar.
Yeah, definitely. Gee, Bob, why do you always have a handgun and a shotgun next to you? I wonder fucking why. Because it's just kind of shit, man.
And this is kind of looking dicey and iffy.
Yeah.
Right. So.
Yeah.
But you do the right thing to keep the business card.
And don't answer the door.
Yes.
Don't open the door. I didn't go open up the door and let him in. You know what I mean? There's animals out there who are waiting for you to do that. Hi, I'm Bob. Bam! And they knock you on your ass, and now they're in your house. You know?
Yeah.
Hi, I'm your friendly neighbor. Let me unlock the door for you. Morons out there that do that stuff.
Yeah, depending on what's going on, sometimes I'll slip around the backside and come around, so that way I can, right? Because people would expect someone to come to the door, not expecting someone to come around the corner.
Yeah, I don't. I really try not to open the door of any kind for anyone at all ever. Yeah, there's the same guy again. Yeah, at least it's not buffering this time. I think
No.
he's standing there with a business card, waiting just for someone to open the door. But at least now, I'll tell you one good benefit though. By him coming up to the front porch, he now sees that he's on 2 cameras. Yeah, it's just
like the business card could just be like, just be a ploy to cover tracks, kind of. Oh, I was just dropping a business card, right? Probably is, right? Sure,
yeah, I know that.
Right?
I know that for
right?
sure.
Right? So it's trying to cover their tracks and be like, oh, I was dropping off business card, right? Just that you didn't do it everywhere else. Only at this one place.
I think it'll keep going now. I think it's playing now. Sounds like it. Yeah. Just behind his head on that other little pony wall is another camera pointed right at his face. So if he's up to some kind of ill intent, he now knows that he's been caught on 2 cameras from 2 different angles. So that might be enough of a deterrent to. Yeah. I don't think he'll be back. I don't think he'll be back.
I don't think so.
But the thing is, there's other people. There's not only just one person all the time.
Yeah.
There's other people too. So, and when we don't ask of it. See, real world example right here, right?
Right there.
Real world, right here. Live in front of everyone. Live in front of everyone. All right, so. It's just like securing your home before you go to bed. So to speak, and stuff like that, making sure that everything's good. And stuff like that.
Yeah.
Because, I was always thinking, like, are there actual practical lessons or things we can take from, like, what we see in like, TV or media and in the real world situations, too, that we hear about, right? Like, what can we take from all that, right?
There's a practical lesson for you right there. A suspicious freaking guy doesn't go to the neighbors' houses, but he comes to your house only.
Right.
The next question would be, why did he has an interest in your house?
Correct. Well, I could tell you, all the rest of my neighbors have got 2 and 3 cars in the driveway. Mine only has 1. But it's odd though, because my neighbors on that side have no cars in the driveway. So why would he come to my house?
Yeah, I agree.
Perhaps he looked on some real estate website and saw that we just recently purchased this house.
Probably.
Well, you know what, Bob? There could have been a for sale sign beforehand, right?
We bought this place at the end of last summer. So maybe they're checking the realtors.
Yeah, kind of again that or whatever. All this was posted as getting sold, right?
Yeah.
So someone just moved in. They don't know who I am, right? They don't know who I am. Never seen me, and maybe I can.
Nobody from this.
Well, we're seeing ifs in that.
Nobody from this house called them over, so.
It's not like you're calling the plumber or whatever to expect someone driving by. Or it's that mailman that you see all the time. Kind of deal, right? Certain things like that.
Okay, practice a little bit making my own treble hooks while we sit here and shoot the shit.
I know, I'm just thinking about stuff right now. I'm just kind of thinking about.
Why are you so paranoid? Well, what just happened? Somebody could be all on the up and up, could not be all on the up and up.
Exactly. You're just not aware of it right now.
I hate people.
Well, it's just like a fire alarm, right? You take it seriously until.
I'm gonna hate people, man.
What does that say? Is take it serious like a fire alarm, right? Take it serious until you can prove it otherwise.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just like how I said in my example, real world example of being at the bar with people and the fire alarm went off and say instead it was probably it was, but let's take it seriously and just go check so we know, like we see it with our own eyes. We've all communicated. We've all on the same page on it, right? That way, it's like at least we took precautions, right? We all took a look. We didn't see anything, or see anything, smell smoke, or see it, or anything like that.
Yeah.
That way, right? Versus assuming, right?
People suck, man. They just suck. I don't know.
When you have been through a lot of things like you have, Bob, you get paranoid.
Yeah, it makes you that way.
You're more on edge, right? You're more on edge at times.
Not only the junkies in the last house we lived in, plus that stalker, and then the stuff I've been through overseas. Yeah, people suck, man. They do, Let's see if I can make a 3-pronged safety wire treble hook while we're sitting here shooting the shit, practice at something. I'm blaming you for all of this stuff, Shadow, just because
God, it's not me.
That's okay.
Once. It's not me for once.
I'll take it.
Usually Bob blames me. It's cold because
I'll take it.
I'm hungry because I know. But yeah, the snow thing is probably like an easy thing for me to do if I wanted to. I could just sprinkle it. Well, look, I just sprinkle it.
No, I blame Canada.
No, but sometimes I'll do that depending on what's going on. If I'm gone for the whole day, right? I'll be like, I'll just right where it won't be slippery when you step on it, but you have to step on it to make progress. Or you're gonna physically move it out of the way. Right? So it takes more time. And if they don't, they leave a footstep now.
Blame Canada.
Footprint.
Blame Canada.
Or you get out on camera too. It's just like, someone cleared the snow for me. I wonder why. Right? Probably because they didn't want to leave their footsteps behind. But yeah.
See what we can do. Maybe try to refine a process of making my own stainless steel treble hooks, like a paranoid sumbitch that I really am.
Well, that is what happened. I have been through things too, and that's why I don't trust people either.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, you sure as heck don't. Once you've been through like some assaults and all things like that, you don't turn your back on anybody. That changes you forever,
Yeah, once bitten, twice shy.
Yeah, exactly. I blame the damn snow on Canada, specifically on sea.
I just don't walk up to your place, Bob, and be like, "Hi, Bob."
Like, don't do that.
A little snowball. Be like, I come bearing with gifts. You'd be like, no. Just take your snowball and go back to Canada.
Yeah.
Nah. Just kidding.
Yeah, I'll come up if these are worth making. I'll come up with a tool to make it so I can mass produce these things. so that they're all about the same length and diameter and all that stuff. So
Yeah.
that's how I do things, is I come up with a tool to make it faster and easier, more accurate. Here we go. Got to tighten that ball. Whatever kind of a tool we'll have to design is going to have to be attached to the table, because this is stainless wire and it's hard to work with. So it came right out of the vice jaws. Yeah. Yeah, that was a weird event. I don't know who. That's one of the damn few times somebody actually came to my door other than UPS or Amazon.
Yeah.
And you're seeing in vehicle too, right? So that's even harder to fake
Mm-hmm.
an actual vehicle too, right? 'Cause, I mean,
Yeah.
I'm not saying that's not possible, but that's a lot of effort, right? Fake the vehicle too, right? I'm not saying it's not possible, but yeah. Like that, right? Well, they're getting in a marked vehicle. It sure looks like
Yeah, that is kind of
or
odd.
whatever.
He didn't have a company car, you know, or you know, you would expect if it's a heating and plumbing service or whatever that he'd be in a truck, you know.
Yeah.
Joe Blow's
Gotcha.
heating and plumbing service, you know.
Yeah.
With a uniform.
Going door to door, okay. Yeah, I just
Mhm.
look with it. Just going to one door and on foot the whole
Yeah,
time.
and probably an ID hanging on
Yeah.
the jacket.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
'Cause
they're kind of verified more legit.
It's like I have called lock service here and
Mhm.
security service to come do some work. They pulled in the driveway with a clearly marked truck, and both of them were wearing a company shirt. And I think the lock service, he had an ID badge on his shirt. You know.
Oh,
Yeah.
You know.
you know, just to add real quick, I know sometimes these places will allow you to. Would you like us to call before we
Right.
before we show
Mhm.
up? That's another indication, right? Because now
Mhm.
they realize it's like if we call beforehand, then it reassures that at this time this person is legit,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. I think that's
Yeah, because
exactly.
when they ask me, oh, do you want to be called? Yes.
Yeah,
Convenient,
that's
because now I
exactly.
know I'm expecting to see someone versus not expecting it.
Yep. That's exactly what the locksmith and the security company did. Let me call before I arrive, and about 5 minutes away from the house, my phone rings. I'll be at your house in about 5 minutes.
Yeah, that way you know it's like now it's like yeah.
That's all legit right there.
Yeah, it's more legit, right? It really
Mhm.
does seem more and more legit, right? Someone that's with nefarious
Yeah, someone
not
who's
good
nefarious,
intentions is probably not gonna go through all those steps, right? Not
someone
saying
who's
they win, but most of them win, right? Because that's a lot of things. It's like, oh, now I gotta, right? Because
someone
you know,
who's nefarious would show up wearing a Nike hoodie and dirty
yeah,
shoes with no car and not go to the neighbors but come right to here. That's someone.
yeah, that doesn't seem legit. Yeah,
Yeah, it doesn't to me either.
No, my gut feeling tells me don't
Not
trust
right.
that dude.
no.
Not
Yeah.
right. It doesn't felt right.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I'll come on camera and just show all these
And a
things, right?
hoodie and that hat
Yeah.
he had.
Mm-hmm.
Like
I don't have anything against hats, but in that case,
hoodies,
if
but
they wear a hat, they should have the company name on it.
Bingo.
yeah, if they had a hoodie, the company name, on a little badge, they're in the vehicle, wave to you. It seems a little bit more legit than just drop the business card, just walk, all sketchy. I don't have the car. I'll just walk around the corner now.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah, this is going to take some effort to make these things.
I watched on TV a couple of years ago. It was from UK, and they had problem with carpenters, electricians, and that kind of professions, that they could just go and ring on the doorbell and get in, but they didn't work for that company. They didn't work as an electrician. So
you get spoofed by someone that has an appearance.
So they changed the rules that every carpenter, electrician, that do the pay
calls ahead
customers visits at their homes, they need to have a ID badge on their shirt to show that they are legit.
Yeah. All that stuff, right? Clearly marked, clearly indicated. So you're not guessing it. You don't have to guess it so much.
I saw something like that, Shadow, where they showed how many of these housewives, a guy with a tool belt around his waist. Oh, I'm from the phone company. These women would open the door and let him right in the house.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I get this, dude. This is how stupid people are. The camera crew showed up and they said, this guy doesn't work for the phone company. He's looking for a way to, strong arm robbery or home invade your home.
Yeah, it's just kind of get entry, open the door in the first place, right?
And she said, oh, well, thanks for the warning. And they sent somebody else back about 2 weeks later, and the bitch opened the door for that guy too. You understand?
Yeah.
How stupid people are. She just went through a situation.
A little common sense.
She just went through a situation where you should not open the door for anybody. Don't let them in your house. She did. Then she's on camera. Okay, well, thanks for the warning. And a couple weeks later,
or we have it so we're like a camera or something, like a barrier still, so it's not like they still have to get in, even if it's a clear door to start with, like a door, then another door, or a camera where, can I see some ID, please? Who are you from?
Yeah, and
where are you coming from, right?
Sent the same, right? Yeah,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I just don't know who you are, right? Because it's true, right? It's like,
because they sent somebody back to her house again just a couple weeks later, and she did the same thing: unlocked the door and let him in. Even though,
and once you let someone in, right? If you're home alone, then it's just like, now your neighbors don't see that because it's like, oh, right?
Once
because if you see someone across the street, someone just let them in, right? Yep. You don't know anything about that. They could be legit and you wouldn't even know, right? You know what I mean? Until you find out later something happened. All right. And that kind of stuff does happen.
Well, if they say they are from the phone company and can't identify themselves, and you let them in, what I'm thinking of is they stay, check the scout, the layout.
Oh yeah.
How it looks like. So they do a fake. Right? They do pretend
because
to do
it's behind the doors, behind the windows,
leave,
behind the blinds.
And a couple of days later, they can't get there with a couple of other guys, and ding ding.
Yeah, we know this lady's home alone, and she's dumb enough to open the door. She'll do it again. Sure as shit.
Yeah. A diversion, and next thing you know, where's my car?
Yeah.
Well, it wouldn't be quite like that. You know what I mean? It's just like the next thing you know, right? The diversion, and it's like.
My mom, she's almost 80 years old. She's living there alone, and somebody rang the doorbell, and she couldn't see who it was because he was holding a big box. So she opened the fucking door for him, and they pushed. There was 3 of them. They pushed her into the house, and they come right in with empty boxes. Okay, she got lucky because those telephone connecting boxes, that have power and all above ground. There was a technician from the phone company working on the box out in her front yard, and he saw what happened. And he started yelling at these guys, hey, what are you doing? What are you doing? And then he stopped them. And as soon as they noticed that there was a grown man nearby who's stopping them, they took off. And she says, well, my mom was old. And I wonder what that was all about. Mom, you were getting robbed.
Yeah.
That's what, Mom, don't open the door for anybody,
Yeah. They've been made so they bail.
Yeah, they've been figured out. Yeah. So they bailed out. Mhm.
Yeah, they expanded the plan, right? Because they've been, yeah. I'm trying to always understand that we've been made. I'm trying to always understand what that actually means.
Now here
We've
comes
been made. We gotta go.
minivan driving by my house real slow.
Yeah.
Unmarked minivan. Yeah, well, whatever. But I could not convince my mom.
That's probably just coincidence, right? But
I could not convince my mom to do not open the door for anybody. It's like, she's elderly. Whatever. I don't know, man. Just
things change, right?
yeah. Because I was over at her house.
Not everyone's nice. Yeah, not everyone's nice nowadays.
Yeah, not everyone's nice, Mom. This is not 1935. Okay. Yeah. This is not 1935, Mom.
A couple of things have changed. All right. Amazon deliveries are a thing. Amazon flips are a thing, right? All this other stuff.
Yeah, Nicole, that's right. It's dangerous because these people do seek out elderly living by themselves,
And Nicole.
Oh, man. People
easier
suck.
Easier
people
targets.
Suck.
All right. Probably the most important thing to take from all of this: don't be an easy target. You leave the door open. Well, someone's gonna come in, making themselves in.
Yeah, I agree with you about that, Fireman CB.
Well, that's the same thing too, right? I mean, that's directly to a vehicle or whatever, right? Could be a company vehicle too, I guess, too, right? To a certain degree, right? That is a thing. It happens to a lot of people in time. Maybe not directly, but a friend or a relative that's gone through it, right?
Yeah.
That stuff does happen. Just because it hasn't happened to you personally, don't be complacent, right? Don't get burned.
Why have a lock if you aren't going to use it? It is a habit. Yeah, I agree.
Well, it's just like how I said about, my friend has like a front door camera and stuff. Has a backyard, but it's like, but you only have a glass window in the back. No cameras in the back. They might, because I always think, how would I approach it, right? Kind of gotta think like one to kind of prevent one, right? It's like if I gotta go through all this, I don't know if it's even worth it, right? So, well, just like how Bob was saying earlier about that. You know what I mean, Bob? Yeah, I think he's listening. I don't know if he's listening, but you know what I mean. Here's an X fee for whatever showing you, kind of deal, right? Because these are the weakest points in your security or whatever, right? Whatever it is, This hole in the fence, right? The windows, right? I know a lot of people even have. I mean,
yes, I have cameras overlapping each other, 16 in total. Have to cover your ass.
Okay.
Yeah.
With very, very high degree of cross section, so they overlap, and very small blind spots, or blind spots that are hard to get into.
Yeah, that's a good idea. And 16 cameras is good. That will do the job.
Hmm.
Me too.
Although,
Cameras overlap
although,
and wireless is important.
although having cameras is nice, but if you leave your door on, like you're just asking for it, right?
Yeah, firemen see.
You know what I
No
mean? You
blind
leave your
spots.
vehicle, you leave your vehicle
We
unlocked,
don't
but has
like
a lot of
blind
cameras.
spots.
You know, you know what I mean, Shadow? Like you have a
Yeah,
bunch of cameras and all this stuff, high tech stuff, but you left your car door unlocked. Well, now you're just asking for
yeah.
it because you're just making it easier now. All right. Oh look, they left the keys in here, or whatever, right?
Yeah, game cams are useful.
Yeah, yeah, the trail cams and stuff like that. Yeah,
Yeah, trail cams, yeah.
I know a lot of people have that kind of stuff.
Getting in my house is easy. It's getting out that's the problem.
Ah,
Yeah, I bet. Yeah, I bet. See, any security is better than no security. I agree with that too. I use for animal predators mostly. Yeah.
mm,
But those trail cams are pretty expensive.
You guys just saw yourselves how important those live cameras are when that guy approached my house just now.
Yeah.
Trail cams are nice, but something that's live in any security system is better than nothing. That's right. Fireman, CV. Yeah, I agree 100%. Well, while I was sitting here on the live before you arrived, fireman, I had a sketchy guy come to my front door just now, and I showed it right here on this live.
yep.
As I said, no, we don't like blind spots.
Nope, we don't like blind spots. Mhm.
And know where they are if you do have them, or spots that are like where you actually take a look, like be in the shot and be like, I can barely notice a face in this one spot, right?
Yeah.
Oh, they're standing beside the tree that I know is 6 feet tall or whatever, right?
Something like
So
that, maybe.
you can
Yeah. That's
start
nice.
gauging their height and all this other stuff.
Experimenting. This is not very strong, but well, I got some of that heavier gauge wire is supposed to be arriving today, so I'll keep. And I've got a method of being able to sharpen these points before I.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's why I'm not a big fan of those big glass doors. They look nice, don't get me wrong, they look nice, but they don't offer a lot of protection. Or concealment, right? Because also glass is transparent.
Mhm.
So, all right.
Well,
And with the invention of like binoculars and optics, right? I mean, like someone could just be looking down the street, you just can't notice. You know that there's someone, but they have binoculars. They can see exactly what you're doing on your front, in the front, and it's just like, oh, they're bringing in stuff, and you can't even notice that because it's out of your peripheral vision.
Yeah, I agree with you about that, Hugo. Konnichiwa.
Konnichiwa.
Konnichiwa. Ohayo.
Good to see you, Fumina.
Hello. So yeah. I mean, like, really everything here is about spatial awareness, right? In a nutshell. Spatial awareness of what's going on outside your home, right?
Holy Moses, Fumina. I'm at her channel. Oh, ooh la la.
Yeah.
Wow.
Ooh, Bob's back, everybody. Oh.
She's pretty. Pretty
She
young
is.
lady.
She
Wow, wow,
is.
wow. She's like a model or something, huh?
She is.
Wow, wow.
She works as a model. A very good one, too.
Oh la
Now you
la.
start taking notes. Wait,
I'm
maybe I
going to
should start
Japan
taking notes.
right now. I'm going to Japan right now.
Konnichiwa. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
I'm trying to be good, Hoga. Hoga, I'm trying. But you know how I got a weak spot for those Asian ladies. You know how I am. Man. Why I married an Asian lady. I got a weak spot for them, man. Just my weakness.
Yeah, 4-letter weakness, HEAT. I just kidding. Yeah. Hey, Bob Russell hassles me about the cold. I gotta hassle him about the heat.
Mm-hmm. I can't help myself. I like the Asian ladies. That's just my weakness, man.
Yeah.
Asian ladies and chocolate ice cream, man. I'm all about that stuff, you know.
Simply two things.
Okay. Even Huga says, oh my, she's pretty.
She is pretty, yeah.
She is.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Well, that method of making these treble hooks didn't work out too well. I had to resort to some metallic tape to hold them together.
Yeah.
But it's workable if I have the time, but I'll try another method, something simpler. Yeah.
Yeah.
Who's this fireman guy? I haven't seen his channel yet. Let me take a look.
You know what I just remembered? Someone else has mentioned this before about and it's not supposed to be a direct comparison to Die Hard, by the way, but with the glass thing, right? I don't know if you guys heard about that.
Glass thing? What do you mean?
Like broken glass. It's not supposed to be like coming from like Die Hard. Like everyone's gonna go around with bare feet. It's supposed to be a noise indicator, right? Someone's cracked, right? You hear that on the ground, right? Someone's stepping, right? Because it's hard to not make a sound for that. You would have to slow down and then you're slowing them down, which gives you time. Because now you can hear people coming up the stairs or something like that. If it came down to that, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You hear
I've
the
heard of
footsteps
that.
and all the where you're hearing footsteps. That's
yeah. What about
indication right there? Well, no, I'm just saying it's not an indication, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's not. It's for sound versus seeing it. You're not seeing it on, and it's low tech too, right? It's low tech too, right? It doesn't use cameras, batteries, and stuff like that. So,
well, it's just like those sleigh bells I just ordered, low tech stuff, and it works.
Yeah, it's a similar thing, all right? It's a similar thing.
Let's see if we can try.
Because you know what I was also thinking, metaphorically. Like I know, so you metaphorically always use the zombie thing as a metaphor, but even in that genre, they've used cans, string, indicators, right, and stuff like that. This pulp culture has shown that now, right? So it's just like one of those things is like because it gives you advance notice.
Well, I learned that
more to work with.
I learned that in the military. On your concertina wire around your perimeter, you hang up cans full of rocks, you know. So if somebody's touching it, it's going to make some noise, and it warns you.
Or, hey, the wind's picking up.
That too.
Yeah, right. You'd be like, oh, the wind's picking up. Wind's too, right?
Mm-hmm. Let's see.
Yeah. I mean, I know we're talking about home apartments and stuff like that. So.
Yeah, firemen. We're most of the people on the panel here are pretty experienced at different things for being prepared, and I know
We do what we can. We do
I,
what we can.
I would say that if you want to start being prepared, it'd be like food and water. Start with that. You know, so that
Well, that's always gonna be necessary.
yeah,
You're gonna need
always.
that. You like coffee? You need water.
Mhm.
You get hungry? You need food, right, and stuff like that, and then
Yeah.
kind of build out, right? Branch out, and hopefully those circles are overlapping more and more, right?
Mhm.
So there's no blind spots, so to speak, right? It's that circle. Here's food, here's water. Some of it overlaps, right? And hopefully you got lots of different overlap and kind of cover that whole spectrum. Prepared to survival as a whole, right?
Yeah.
You know, where you're covering a lot of your bases, lots of overlap.
Okay, this might be a simpler method of making these things.
Fireman Seavey makes his own maple syrup from his own trees.
All right.
Well, actually, that could be part of preparedness too, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he says he's a prepper, so.
Okay. Yeah. Good.
But yeah,
Maple syrup. You must be Canadian.
I want coffee now.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I mean pancakes. No, just kidding. But yeah.
No, he's from US, actually.
Oh, yeah, the Northeast, I would guess. I'm from the Seattle area, Washington State.
You know, I was just thinking about something. I know it's not quite connected. It's sort of connected to this defense thing, but and sheltering in place that active shooter thing. I'll just say it like that because you're trying to slow someone down too, right? You're putting barriers in the way, right? Slow them down and buy yourself more time, right?
Massachusetts, yeah. That's what I thought.
I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah, what about it?
No, I'm just saying, like, because I'm just kind of thinking in terms of that. It's not quite home, but it's very similar, right? Because there's similar things like you're trying to slow someone else down, if right, shelter in place, and hopefully buy yourself time.
A good resource for that kind of information is Corsair's trainer, Steve.
Yeah.
His channel. He's got a lot of information about that, you know.
Well, I'm not diving right into that, but I mean, it's just there's several things that kind of overlap in there where you're trying to relay someone and just kind of delay their entry again.
Yeah.
Right. That's like turning. Well, I mean, I've seen videos and stuff like that. Turn off the lights and stuff like that. Yeah, because you want to make whatever they're trying to do much harder to do. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Yeah, I'm going to have to come up with a tool to be able to make some of these things. Maybe use a spot weld to fasten the parts together. I'm just thinking out loud.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that will work probably. Pretty
Yeah,
good.
this is a simpler method, just twisting both ends like that.
Yeah.
But I won't know. The thicker wire, like I said 100 times, is supposed to be arriving today. So
It's okay, fireman.
oh man, snow
Yeah,
plowing.
it's so good.
Yeah.
I haven't had to deal much with snow lately. But yeah.
Paper clips, no. I'm just trying to be able to hand make treble hooks to slow someone down on entry.
Yeah, delay their entry,
Yeah.
reduce their mobility, right? Basically,
Uh-huh.
that's what you're doing. You're reducing their mobility, so it takes them even longer.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a good idea. Paper clips. I've got some very thick stainless steel wire should be arriving from Amazon today. Yeah. I like the stainless steel safety wire. Yep, paper clips. That's a good idea. Good. Thank you for mentioning that. That's actually very simple. Very, very simple.
Like even in like medieval times and times before, right? There used to be very simple things that people used to use.
Yeah, we are from Nina.
Kind of like from like carts that are spiked on one end, but you can only be set in one direction. Yeah, stuff like that, right? Because it forces people to slow them down and detour or go to the next one.
Wait a minute, I got a concern about this. Shadow, how'd you get to be friends with that beautiful Japanese lady? What the hell did you do?
He's got style. He's got style.
I'm far more handsome here.
No, but he's got style. He's got style, Bob. Come on. We know he's got style.
I got style.
He's got style.
I got style. What the hell?
I mean, maybe a different kind of style. Okay.
Shadow, what'd you do? What the hell? He's got some kind of magic stuff going on over there. I don't know.
Yeah, the magic stick.
Probably my personality.
Well,
oh yeah, that's what I would say. It's my personality, man. I got swagger.
Well, I really don't like you anymore, Shadow. You steal all the pretty girls away from me before I even get a second chance, man. I don't like you, dude. I just don't like you.
The truth comes out.
I mean, look who comes to you. Come here. I mean, like this beautiful Japanese lady comes right to him, and Verna comes right to him, and Nene comes right to him. What in the hell? He never bothers me. Okay, yeah, well, yeah. I'm just jealous. That's all.
Yeah,
Miss Suzuki. I'm just jealous. Damn.
Yep.
No,
you heard it first.
When it comes to Fumina, you need to show respect. Okay.
Respect. Okay, I'm trying. Well, right now I'm kind of in a rage of jealousy. This Swede gets all these beautiful ladies, and they come right to him. Just what the hell? Damn, man. I'm married, so I mean, I can't do nothing. But damn you, Shadow! Damn you, Shadow! Damn you!
I left my butt off here. I'm glad I met Verna on your panel, your Shadow.
Well, we all know that. Know that.
She is the sweetest lady, man. She has a live almost every day, sitting there selling stuff at the public market, and nice lady, really sweet, Yeah, she calls
me. Now if Verna shows up, you'd be like, oh. Am I dreaming?
Yeah, see, that's 2 in a row. It's got a beautiful Filipina and a beautiful Japanese.
I know.
What the
You'll be
hell?
like,
Indeed.
Oh,
he'll be
my
more
God.
jealous. He's like, no, you got
Yeah.
2. What?
Yeah.
I'm still trying for 1.
What's your secret, dude? What's up? What's up with that, man?
I'm just
His
myself.
His personality.
Oh, you know your family?
It's his charisma.
Yeah. Yeah, that too.
All right. He's got this. That's all those CR traits, right? Charisma. He
I
cares.
guess maybe it's the beard. That might be something there. You know? Yeah.
Bob's like, maybe I should just grow this back out.
Yeah, grow a beard here. Yeah. Oh, he knows your family. That's pretty cool. Or Miss Fumina Suzuki, verified Japanese. Oh.
Oh, okay, cool.
There we go. Fumina.
Thank you, my friend, for becoming a member.
Right on.
I appreciate that. Good to have you on board.
Damn you.
You know,
Now Bob got jealous.
Shadow, you need to take this spot out of the live stream and post it as an actual video. Be like, this is from the live stream. Admitted by Bomb 942.
I was outcompeted by this.
It can go viral. No.
I was outcompeted by this damn Swede.
Yeah, I know, right? And CR was just like laughing away.
Oh, Lord.
So I got to come back to this after the live stream's over and be like, I'll just highlight this one spot. 5 hours in and 8 minutes, and be like, this is where Bob sits. I mean, best.
Yeah,
best part of
cut
the stream.
that part out. And make
Yeah, just cut it out. Just slice it together. Yeah, just make it short. Short. 942. Bomb 942. Being jealous.
Oh my!
He admitted it.
Miss Suzuki, your swimsuit video. Oh la la. Hi, Knuckle. Yeah. Oh my God, Miss Suzuki. I'm sorry, but it just my life's been destroyed because of a goddamn Swede.
Or it might be that.
The Viking trait. That could be it. Yeah, that could be it.
Well, I appreciate every one of my followers.
We're just,
for me, is an awesome person. So,
and Miss Suzuki, we're just joking.
She is really awesome. She has a great personality too.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, we're joking? Oh, okay. I thought we were being serious now.
Yeah, I like living here. Because right now there's a bunch of the neighborhood kids are out playing basketball and it's
Fireman CV.
Yeah, I like this place a lot better. The last place that we lived in, people didn't go outside because of the drug activity. You know.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. Yes, I am, Femina. She says he's always nice to me.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry, Bob, but I'm taking notes from Shadow now.
Yeah, you should be. Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, Bob. I'm just diversifying my options.
He's got that thing with the ladies, man.
Yeah. Yeah, he's got that CR word charm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she's awesome.
Oh, by the way, I haven't seen any of these pictures, by the way, so I'm just taking your words for it.
Yeah.
I'm very sure Bob, you guys wouldn't exaggerate too much. I know Bob doesn't exaggerate. When he says, "Ooh," I'd be like, "Wow," he actually said, "Wow."
Well,
Yeah.
now I'm deeply hurt. I'm taking my toys and I'm going home.
You're at home already.
Oh, that's right.
We're about to. He was just right here. Yeah. See, sometimes we do have some fun in between the serious, right?
Yep.
And have
Sure.
a couple laughs in between the serious.
Of
right?
course, yeah.
Right. Take things serious, but enjoy life too. So.
Oh Lord.
So Shadow, how long are you planning to go for? I'm actually surprised your last couple of streams haven't gone this long.
Well,
Yeah, I know.
Oh wait, because you actually got sleep. I keep forgetting you actually got some sleep this time. You've been getting better sleep, so.
Yeah, I
That's
plan to run to at least
half an hour. At least.
1:30.
Well, I don't know what time it is. All I know is that the timer says 5 hours and 16 minutes.
Yeah, it's 1:17 here now, so
Yeah. Because I know usually you go till the top of the hour.
Yeah. I used to like this guy. I used to like him.
Bob's still going at it, everyone. Bob,
you still like me.
You both can be an alpha male too.
Yeah.
Hey, Cookie Boom. Welcome back.
Okay.
Yeah, I was on Verna's live. Every time I see her live, I go there for just a minute and click the like, and I say hello, guapa, and she always says, "Kuya Bob, come back to the Philippines."
We miss you.
Yeah, such a sweetheart, Come back to the Philippines. I'll be back there.
Mangoes.
Yeah.
Or whatever. Yeah.
But yeah, man, some of the most beautiful women I've ever seen are in Asia. Those girls are so gorgeous, man. Like those two when I was sitting up on my front porch over there in Mindanao, and those two young ladies walk by and they're just dressed to kill, man. Everything's body fit and half shirt, and I'm like, oh my God, look at that. Ugh.
Yeah, you might need extra oxygen.
I know.
I think I'm hyperventilating.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I'm about to faint.
I made that a video about that, and I knew there had to be a little store somewhere where we live nearby. There always is, even though we're in a gated and guarded community over there. And I followed with them so they could show me where to go. And then these two ladies were freaking smoking hot, man. And then they started that daddy stuff. Daddy. I'm not your daddy. Oh, hell no. That ain't happening. Where's your wife, Daddy? Where's your wife?
Bob could talk about this for hours and hours and hours, and just take over the
Oh
stream.
yeah.
Next thing you know, it's like, what happened to Shadow and CR? They were here. I know that they've been gone for the last 3 hours. Bob's just going at this.
Daddy, go find some other daddy. I'm married. My wife's got a sharp knife, lady. You better watch it.
Yeah.
Get the point? No.
Mm-hmm.
You will or you don't get the point.
Yeah.
So, let me ask you guys both, because I'll explain something too. You guys have anything in the works for this coming up week? I know, Shadow, I don't know, do you got anything for next week lined up yet? I don't know, probably not, eh? You probably still don't have a topic for next week either, eh?
I have no idea what I'm gonna have for topic for next week yet.
I'm not
I mean,
too
I
sure.
enjoyed this topic.
For me at my home, I'm installing more home security stuff, some lighting and things like that. And I've refrained from showing very much of my home security stuff on my channel. I want to leave that off the public,
Well, yeah, operational security OPSEC, right?
Yeah.
Show as much as you're willing to show, right? If you show it, then you kind of. It's like me. If I say something or show something, I know it's already out there now. I can't take it back. That's how I see it. So this is why certain little things I don't say much, or very little of. Yes.
Yeah, I did a response video to Auslander Info. I met him here on this chat, and
how's Jack doing? By the way, have you seen him around? I haven't seen him around for a while. I haven't seen him around for a while.
But I think a good topic, perhaps for anyone out there, would be the overlooked threat of wild dogs.
That is good for me now. You need to stay safe.
Encounters with wild
dogs. Yeah. Because Auslander, he got his family dog got torn up by wild dogs, and I've had an encounter with them also. Well, they were surrounding me when I was a kid. You have security at home and when I travel. Good, young. Yeah, always. I would suggest to anyone who travels, you put your phone in your pocket. Don't look at it. Don't be distracted by anything. Keep your eyes open and keep your head moving.
And if you do have to look out or whatever, someone else is looking out for you.
Your father is a wise man for me now.
Yes, he is. Yeah, good man to protect his daughter. Yeah.
Was that the cat? I thought I just heard something.
You own a plane? Okay. You must be from the Suzuki Empire or the Suzuki manufacturing. Yeah, she would require to have bodyguards to protect her. Because, you're a target.
Yeah. Well, that's another thing too, right? It's just like kind of what Gil was saying earlier, kind of putting the shrubs or the brushes in front of the bars, right? Kind of make it look less obvious.
Yeah.
Until you take a closer look, it's like, oh, there's more layers of protection, more.
Well,
that you can't see.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing with my home is cutting the trees and the bushes down, and I'm making them transparent by using bonsai methods to trim and thin the trees out so that my neighbors can see my house. That's a very good security.
Fortification.
Yeah. Oh, your father's the president of Suzuki? Well, good for him. He's had a blessed life. Good deal. Good for you, young lady.
Yeah,
I like
that's
to see
awesome.
I like to see people successful. I start a business and it becomes successful, and I like that. I admire that.
Yeah, that's a hard work. A lot of hard work
Yes, it is.
behind it. It's
Mm-hmm.
it takes years.
Years. Mm-hmm.
Blood, sweat,
Some
and tears.
maybe have a great success in maybe 1 month, but that is only a few
But only a few. Yeah.
Yeah.
who has achieved that.
Mm-hmm.
It takes years for most part of.
Yeah. When you own your own business, that you don't get days off. That you've got to stay on it. And yeah, good for
Yeah.
them. Good for your father. He's a good man.
Keep up the good work.
Mm-hmm.
A hard working
Right.
man.
Yeah.
Yes. I forgot what I was going to say now. I got distracted by a beautiful lady.
Oh, your grandfather started the company. All right. Right on.
That's cool.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. And hopefully you can keep it going, right?
Yeah, she probably
I
will.
can imagine how much he had
Next
to work
generation.
to get the company successful.
Uh-huh.
Pass it down to the next generation and so forth and so forth.
Especially at that time of Japanese history, things were pretty, at the end of the war, the resources were scarce, and I admire someone who will take an idea and work on it until it becomes successful. I admire that.
Yeah. Many companies went bankrupt
Oh,
at that time.
Yeah.
Right?
I
It
think
was those who manufactured motorcycles. Many of those companies went bankrupt at that time.
mm-hmm.
So
Oh, your brother will replace your father? Okay. Yep.
All the best in that.
Well, that's one of the reasons why many people want to come to the U.S. is because you can get a business license and start your own business very fast. Very fast. And that's why a lot of immigrants to the U.S. come here for that reason, because at their home country, it can take 2 or 3 years to get a business license. Here, you can do it in a matter of minutes.
yeah, and here in Sweden, it's pretty tough to start a business, but it's easier than most of other countries.
Yeah.
But it's a lot of paperwork you need to do, and you need to have a good business idea that nobody else have.
Yeah.
So
It's not easy.
no, it's not.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Lisa Jean, good to see you. Welcome to the stream.
Cebu, USA. Filipina,
Yeah.
I'll bet she's a Filipina.
Yeah.
Let's
And
check
thank you
out
for
her
the thumbs up. I appreciate that.
Let's go check out her channel. I might have already subscribed to her. Let's see, Lisa. Cebu, USA. Let's see. Sugbao. Yeah, I'm already subscribed to your channel, Lisa. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Lisa, I watched your Inside the Old Washoe Club, that haunted place. Oh, that was interesting. Thanks for posting that up. If you guys overseas the Washoe Club, I believe it was an old time establishment in a small gold mining town. And that show Ghost Adventurers got their start there because they set up some cameras and they caught like an 8 or 10 second long full body apparition spirit walking across the room. and yeah, and that's what got their start. And Lisa was there. She posted a video about that just very recently in the same place. Lisa, would you like to be able to spend the night in that place with so many ghosts and stuff? That would be a little frightening to me, but all right, guys, I'm going to bounce down, go check the mail, get up and stretch, get something to eat.
Take care, Bob.
Yeah. Wife maybe.
Oh, hey, Bob.
Mhm.
You want me to do? If you're available tomorrow, do you want me to email you a link, stream link?
Yeah, I'm not sure if I've got your
I'm
email. What's that?
Well, I can send you a stream link. I think you reminded me that when I talked to you earlier that you liked it in advance because I saw someone liked it in advance. I'm like, oh, wonder who's this? Oh, it's Bob. So I can send you a stream link.
Yeah, you can.
Okay.
Yeah, or post it up in the community too. I can't guarantee you I'll be there, but I'll try.
Okay. Well, I'll have the laptop available so I can still send it even during the stream. So if you show up, I can send you it directly to you.
Okay.
All right. Cool. Yeah.
All right, you guys. Peace out.
Yeah.
Get up and get some things done here.
Yeah.
Later, all. God bless. Thanks for having me up, Shadow. Later, CR. Peace.
You're very welcome.
Take care.
It's always nice to have you, Bob.
And then there was two. And then there was two. Yeah. Tomorrow I'll be on live during this clip. Pretty sure.
Yeah.
I know you won't be able to make it, but that's cool. It's cool. You come by at other times, so it's all good.
Yeah.
Like I said, drop by if you can, right? I understand. Well, it's that time zone difference. I'm trying to, right?
Yeah.
And they said you have time now, but you don't have time later, and I have, I don't have so much time now, right? Well, I guess I have time now, but you don't have time later, so good. It's the way it is. So, yes. So you don't have anything planned for next week, eh? Well, I guess someone's gonna have to come up with another topic again. Drop some ideas down in the side chat or in the comment section, right? If you're watching this on the replay, 5 hours later.
Yeah, exactly. Good idea.
Yeah, right. You've already watched that 5 hour and 8 minutes at the 5 hour 8 minute mark. I just don't say that. I swear I'm gonna come back to it. I'm just like, yeah, right here. This is where, timestamp it, right? Timestamp it, right?
Yeah.
Well, technically this is the content, right? So you could take a clip out of that. Technically, it's technically we said it publicly, but I mean, we're fine, right?
Yeah.
Serious about it.
Yeah, I hope I can come up with something.
Well, like I said, sometimes the topics just come easily. Then sometimes you got to think about it. Considerable things are happening, right? It seems like more and more people are talking about spring. Because, for me, I'm still waiting. When Fort Haven or people are in here, they're waiting. We're waiting. I'm waiting with them, right?
Yeah.
Gil too, right? We all still got snow, so probably not ready for a spring talk yet. Until like late March, early April, I thought earlier. So, and I have to come up with some other ideas to talk about. Hopefully, it'll be just as entertaining as this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, couple laughs too. All right.
Yeah, you should have some. You should laugh on a live stream.
Enjoy the time too, right? Sometimes it's just
Yeah,
even connecting with people, all right? We're connecting together, right? In this virtual environment right here, right?
yeah,
You know, some of us might not be able to see each other in person, but this is the next best thing,
yeah.
right? So, and besides, I don't have a passport, so I ain't coming down to Sweden anytime soon, or to the US. So, yeah. But that's the next best thing. And we can share some time together. Ideas, you know, right?
Yeah,
Kind of like an open forum and kind of like a coffee chat kind of deal, right? Where we could just chit chat about it and just kind of openly talk about it. You know? This is like my live with CR times where I'd be like, it's an more openly discussion. You know, sometimes I have certain topics, but sometimes I have an more, it's more open, a little bit more. You know, and we touch base on certain topics, but. Hold on a sec, I'll be right back.
yeah, no problem, CR. Another one is jail got arrested for rob the bank in downtown in Florida. I get here in time for them to end the stream.
So you're planning to go to the top of the hour? I know that's a very typical time for you. For the hour.
Well, my time here is 1:37 a.m.
I mean, it's all up to you, right? This is your stream. I'm not the host. I'm just your co-pilot here.
Yeah, it's nice to have co-pilots.
Yeah. It's actually quite hard to do a stream alone. Actually, it's much harder to do a stream alone, and without the sidetrack.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
Like I've done streams alone, so I know how hard it is. It's much harder to do a stream alone. And keep talking. So.
Yeah.
But it's always nice to hear from other people too.
Yeah, it is. I agree with that.
All right. Yeah, that's why I think my next stream will be I will have panel people. Hopefully. Hopefully. Like I said, it's easier. It's just there's something because it's easier to bounce ideas off and kind of hold the fort, so to speak. Right? And stuff like that.
Yeah.
Well, because we all have our points of views and kind of our little anecdotes and stuff like that, stories and things we want to share too. So it's nice to see, I'm not alone in this. Other people have gone through similar things too, right? And understand this kind of point of view I'm trying to say.
Well, fireman,
like-minded.
Live streaming is not
for everyone. I get it.
Not for everyone.
Some people enjoy it more than others.
Yeah. And
it's just like someone that
and
most people that talk to people
watch a stream then stream by themselves.
Yeah. Some people are like a performer, right? They metaphorically do karaoke or talk to people all the time. So talking in front of the camera is not that big of a thing.
Yeah.
So, the way it is. I mean, I know YouTubers are shy, but they like doing live streams. Yeah. Because they feel comfortable with it.
Yeah. You need to feel comfortable if you are going to begin to stream.
Yeah.
If you not feel you're comfortable with it,
it's easier on a
don't do it.
panel. You know, if your first time start on a panel first, that's not from your channel, right? And kind of engage with other people too, right? It's easier to do a stream with other people with you. It's just easier that way.
Yeah. I do OBS tutorials for live streaming, but I don't live stream myself. Well,
open broadcast service.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, that works.
I miss using OBS, but that's why I had to find another alternative in the meantime. Mobile.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
you saw what I did the other days. That was a different approach on doing this.
Yeah, I try to learn OBS, but I have noticed it's the learning curve for it is so high and so steep.
I think what I started off with just like if we were looking at what we have here in StreamYard, right? Also, we're in StreamYard running for this, right? For that app, for the service, right? I mean, if we were looking at this in terms of like having, I think they say having people join can be tricky. It's not impossible, but
been on hundreds of panels, just not comfortable doing a live stream. Well, if you're not comfortable with it, don't do it, because it will the result videos, will not be that good.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, because when people are rewatching it or coming in, they tend to want to engage in the people, the host, right? Hence the live streams. There's usually the purpose of a live stream is not just to get the information out, but kind of get that real-time interaction in, right? That you don't necessarily get from premieres or static videos, or just, because the engagement is like that interaction to there, right? You get that real-time interaction, almost real-time, right?
No,
I can say something to you, and
you, fireman.
No.
You're not.
It's just not for you right now. Hey, who knows? Maybe later, maybe 2 years later, it's like, look, he's on the live streams like 24 hours now. What? He should have got comfortable with us, but yeah. But yeah, it gets. I mean, I remember my first couple. No, you're not. I remember my first couple of live streams. It's different now. I'm more comfortable in that skin, so to speak.
And besides, OBS, it takes the preparations you have to do before you go live. It takes a lot of time.
Well, yeah, schedule. You got to schedule it in. Well, schedule it in advance too, right? You give time notice for people.
So that is why when I found the StreamYard, I found it much easier. Goes much quicker. You don't need to prepare that much to set it up. It's easier.
Yeah, I find with StreamYard, it's actually easy to set up the stream. Relatively easy, right? Like, relatively easy. Because I've tried some other things too, right? And just like, I'm not saying they all have their pros and cons, I guess, right? Don't get me wrong, they all have their pros and cons, but with StreamYard, it's just like kind of you come into the site, you do that sign in, whatever, and obviously, right? And set up stream, destination, YouTube. Here's the time. You put your description, your title, right? And you show up on time. You run it, and go from there. Yeah. And hopefully, you have something to talk about, right? Whatever it is, right? Because I've seen lots of live streams where it's a general discussion, open topic or whatever. Then I see more specific topics where generally people are trying to stick on topic, because there's like today, for example, we're trying to talk about the defense wing most of the time, but we broke away from it every so often, kind of to keep it fresh and stuff like that. So
Yeah, and I was thinking about what topic I should have for this Saturday, and this topic just popped up in my head, and okay, let's try it.
well, okay. Well, like I said, like sometimes even just writing a few down and be like, oh, maybe not right now, but I could do this next month as a topic. Well, because I'm just thinking like remember what I said to you, Shadow. It's just like, okay, well, Christmas and New Year's is an easy enough topic, but every 50 weeks of the year, what do I have as a topic, right? And hopefully, you can cycle through them and keep it fresh, right?
Yeah.
Right. It's like on the top of water this week. Okay, should be wet and wild. Then the next week is about food. Oh, okay, Sierra, you gotta eat before you join because we're talking about food. Okay. I mean, next week, I don't know. We could be talking about like footwear. I don't know. We can walk on that one. You want footwear or whatever, right? I'm just saying, like you could go. Yeah, you could do a streak on that too, right? Footwear, not just boots and shoes, but like everything, like slippers inside versus like skis, ice cleats, so forth and so forth. They're all kind of footwear, right? Things you wear on your feet, stuff like that. There's a lot of activities you still have to manually do or manually walk them, right? So having good footwear and stuff like that helps. Hiking, whatever, right? For me, it's the winter time, right? So a nice pair of boots or something along the lines of that helps too.
Yeah.
Actually, you probably could do that. Maybe not next week, but that could be a topic, actually. I don't know. You can reword it or whatever. But something about shoes. Not directly shoes, but like footwear or something like that.
Okay, Lisa Jean. It's okay to hang in the background. That was now I forgot what I'm gonna say. That was something just popped up in my head, and when I'm just gonna say it, I just lost it. Wow, wonderful.
But yeah, like I said, maybe think about it. If it's not for next week, then a week after or something like that. You know what I mean? Well, because sometimes topics are just kind of like, they're the perfect time right now. Kind of deal, right? It's just like talking about spring late, maybe like the middle of April or something like that, or the beginning of April. I don't know, something like that. People are more actively thinking about that, generally speaking, right? I'm not quite thinking of spring yet, because I'm thinking about winter still.
Yeah.
Oh, of course. My headset's dying. Okay, I guess my headset died. Whatever. I guess you're not on that one. Yeah. No, it's all good. It's all good.
Okay.
It's
good.
Yeah. So, I mean, sometimes 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 I reuse topics, but I mean, it's for you. I guess you don't reuse the topics as much in a given month, right? Or you do for what
I prefer
you do.
not. I prefer not to reuse
Yeah,
it.
I mean, this is for your channel, right? And also, for me, there's certain things I do makes an appearance. Yeah.
If there would be that I have to um, as you say, reuse it topic. In that case, it's better to put it as a part 2 because it's better to do that way instead.
Mm-hmm.
So you can make a part 2 on that
Yeah.
on that topic, and part 3 if it's necessary.
Yeah.
Technically, this topic you could split up in part 2, part 3, part 4, part 5, maybe probably even more than that.
Yeah, I mean, we could probably elaborate on a couple of things a little bit more. They can go into an hour themselves, kind of deal. If we wanted to go down that kind of metaphoric rabbit hole on that. Yeah. You know what? I got. You're reminding me of something now that I remember from yesterday. Now,
Okay.
yeah, I've already planned out 2 streams in advance. And there's only notifications. Notices for them. But
Yeah.
I'm supposed to bring in one or 2 more, but I'm just like I gotta put notifications out for that. It's already Saturday. If I would do them for Monday and Tuesday here. So. I know I'm trying to play around with everyone else's schedule. I know maybe kind of because you know what's one thing I kind of like when I'm talking about I'm talking about something, but I'm watching something. Like literally, the stream ends and another stream talks, and it's relatable and it's like kind of on the same par. Like someone's talking about shelter now, someone's talking about water. You know, it just kind of flows into it, right? It's just like so. I'm always trying to work with urge content creators too, right? Where it's just like they see me there, we're talking about something, and it migrates over to my channel, so to speak, and we're talking about the next stream right after that. And it's a nice segue, right? It's like it feels like people can just be like, oh yeah, I can just drop it for this and come in for CRs. It's perfect timing. You know, from talking about like shelter to water to gardening and so like, and how that stuff kind of relates, right? And you see similar people or the same people in the chances, like almost like continuing the discussion on it.
Yeah.
It's always nice.
Yeah, it is.
Because I've seen that before, where it's just like it's like all these channels are 1 hour apart, but they're all talking about the same thing somehow.
Yeah.
I don't know, right? And it's just like I feel like I just can engage on the discussion so much easier because it's like it's like from fire starters to stoves to blah blah blah, right? It's like how now we're on the rocket stove conversation now or something, or a hobo stove or something like that. That's like, wow.
Well, that could be a topic for itself.
Oh yeah, that could be a topic in itself, right? I mean, I've done streams on fire before too. Well, what I call it is the dark and the light and the dark side of fire, but because it's a double-edged sword. Fire is a double-edged sword.
Yeah, I agree.
So,
but anyway, it turned out to be late now, so I think I'm gonna begin to wrap things up.
I need to ask you something in the backstage, by the way.
Okay.
As an FYI. But
Yeah.
anyways, yes, thanks for having me on, Shadow, once again.
Yeah, you're
Another
most welcome.
Saturday evening, night, Sunday morning with me and him. I'm trying to remember, has there been a time I haven't been here? Yes, there has been times I haven't been here. All the time I'm here, but not all the time. So, not always around.
Yeah.
But when I'm here, I'm here.
Yeah.
2 hours later, 3 hours later, there's a pun for me. Oh yeah, don't forget that 5 hours and 8 minute mark. I'm gonna look for that under the street. I'll be like, right there. It'll just be timestamp. It's like, yeah. I enjoyed being on this panel, Shadow, and enjoyed after the 5 hour mark. I wonder why. I'll just leave that as a comment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we'll wrap things up.
Do you have anything in the works, or willing to share? I should say.
Well, no, I don't have anything more.
Okay.
At the moment. So I think we will wrap things up. So.
And so if I wanted to drop in, of course. Everyone that dropped in earlier and all that stuff, right? Lots of people dropped in, so.
Yeah.
Some people kept you company while I wasn't in. Well, they co-hosted with you for a little bit.
Yeah.
It's all good.
Yeah, it's. Well, guys, I wrap things up. Take care, stay safe, guys, and thanks for stopping by. I appreciate that. And thanks, Fumina, for the membership. I appreciate that too. So, take care. And have a great day, great week, and I'll see you next week. And we are out.